Yeah, the east wing of the.
Oh, East Wing. Yeah, there we go. So the deal is in the East Wing. See, the rising sun is what in the
Right.
east. Okay, so a city built around Freemason imagery and illusions has certain import within these classic things. When Trump brought the army in on the 250th anniversary, and here's something that's almost virtually unknown anywhere. At the same time the army was there, you had military troops in street clothes going into the Treasury and moving everybody out of the Treasury building while they did certain things in the Treasury and recaptured control of the Treasury. In ancient Rome, the uh, uh, Temple of Saturn was the most important temple within the Roman system. And the Temple of Saturn is where they minted the coin of the realm. All the Roman currency was minted inside the Temple of Saturn.
Right.
And it was blessed and had certain markings that had all sorts of meaning. Think of our money today. Our money has all sorts of secret hidden imagery on it that are iconic, that have certain meaning within their system. And so our current Federal Reserve money has all sorts of things that are on it. You're carrying the talismans of the cult in your pocket everywhere you go, your purse. You're using it to transact. And what are you transacting? You take your life energy, gift from God, and you exercise it in this world and the physical world. And then you trade your life energy for scrip, for fiat currency. It has no value of its own. You know, the paper isn't worth hardly the paper it's printed on, you know, the ink it's printed with. Yet you ascribe a certain wealth value to it of your life energy for an hour's labor, a day's labor, mental or physical. And all these talismans are attached to it. And then you trade with that within their religion. The money is printed in a temple. Okay, the Federal Reserve is a temple. And the Treasury is a temple. And you have a fight. Well, what Trump is doing, he is in a war. The biggest war literally within the country is who's going to handle the currency, your life energy moving forward. Is it going back to constitutional minted coin, gold and silver, or is it going to be owned by these globalists, these federalists? You see, the Federal Reserve is part of an international reserve system. It's not just our U.S. Treasury; it's global, run by the banks at the city within the city in London, and then with agreements going into Switzerland and the Basel agreements, things like that. And so when Trump had troops go in and take over the Treasury at the same time that the troops were taking over Washington, D.C. symbolically, then he has two flags erected on the White House lawn. Mm-hmm. And those two flags, east and west, he's taking the high ground in the swamp. And then he had security fencing put around the White House, and he had security fencing put one other place, the Treasury.
Treasury, yeah.
It was symbolic. It wasn't that anybody was jumping over the wall to come to the White House. He was letting everybody know. He didn't protect the Federal Reserve. In fact, he went on attack against Powell and the Federal Reserve, made a huge stink about it, still is doing so right now. And the big question, even with the interest rates and things like that, is who's going to control your life energy and the way you transact it. Even if you mint something, and if you think of the Treasury side, and your life energy is backed by real gold and silver, you can trade it with a receipt for that, which is what Kennedy did. Kennedy issued the silver certificates, and he was going back to Treasury operation. That was a Treasury note. Treasury note, the silver certificate. And it was taking power from the Federal Reserve. The currency at the time, the coin, was a pure, 999 silver dollar, Kennedy half dollar, and all the other currency. It wasn't diluted. And when Johnson came into power, his handlers that helped him get there, within days of coming into power, he called back all the silver certificates and stopped printing the silver certificates at the Treasury and had them destroyed. And if you still have one, it's not tradable in the normal way. It has collector value, but that's it. And that was to return control of your life energy back over to Federal Reserve, this private banking organization that, it's no more federal than Federal Express, run out of Puerto Rico, along with the IRS. Office is just a few blocks apart. IRS is a private organization also, no more federal than Federal Express. May have federal employees administering it, but the actual core operation is not. It's administered by the U.S. Treasury, but it's not actually a Treasury operations run out of Puerto Rico. So anyway, that's the fight that we're in. Well, the East Wing is us taking control.
Before you do that, Juan, somebody just put in there, I remember this too, this is really good. It was Executive Order 11110. In their face.
In their face. Yes. Well, and by the way, let me just add this. That's a great note to just add one more thing. For example, 17, the Q number. Both sides in this great cosmic battle that we're watching here across the world, both sides want to own certain numbers. Right. So, for example, 17, which is 17th letter of the alphabet, is Q. 17 means victory. The 17th book of the Bible, which even the Satanists, the Luciferians, the Masonic crowd, want to own these numbers and own the Bible itself as like some core theme or whatever. So the 17th book of the Bible is the book of Esther. And what's the book of Esther about? You mentioned Roseanne a few minutes ago. It's about the boomerang. Everybody had a plan. The enemies of the Jews who were in exile in Persia. You had people that were in exile of the Jews. You had people in exile of the Arab groups and all that. They all wanted to be in a power position. And so Haman and his crew, families, decided that the Jews were a threat to them being in full power behind the throne and usurping the power of the king. The king was a drunkard. And they got the king to sign a decree that they would have a free-for-all day out in the future. And it was a date certain, and the king's ring, his signet ring, was used to seal that. Well, Haman had control of the ring, the power of the king to do anything. The king's a drunkard. He's got a bunch of wives. He's got, a harem girl house. I've done shows on this, and they're out there. Esther finds out that this is there by her uncle, Mordecai. And that, well, she's a Jew, but she's never acknowledged that. She's in the harem girl house. And so she has to decide, is she going to protect her people, of which, if it becomes known that she's also a Jew, she would be killed? Or is she going to stay silent and try to hide? So she does this thing where she puts on a couple dinners and everybody gets drunk. The king's there. And then at the end of the second dinner, she explains to him that king didn't even know this decree existed, didn't understand whatever it was when it was done. And now he's beside himself. And in a turn of events, he has Haman hung on a hangman's device that he himself created. It's just outside behind Harem Girl House. And in those days when they meant hanging, it was literally stick a spike up their ass and then hoist them up high and let them slide down on the spike, and everybody gets to see them. And so That was the symbology. And then there was still this date that had to occur where there was an all-out fight. So the king can't reverse a decree. He's beside himself, doesn't know what to do. And Mordecai says, well, you can't change the decree, but you can amend it by adding to it. And so he adds to the decree and says that the Jews have the right to arm themselves and to make alliances before this date. And so they do just that. They make alliances, they arm themselves, the date comes, and it's an all-out, free-for-all. And at the end, the Jews win over Haman's crew, family, etc. All 10 of Haman's sons are themselves hung, and says they're killed in one breath, in the same breath, is the way that Jews tell the story. And it was a reversal of fortune, as Roseanne says, a boomerang moment. Everything that was going one way turns around and comes back and goes the other way. Everything they had planned comes back against them. So 17 is the flip, the reversal, the boomerang. It's the 17th book of the Bible. It's Q. When you look at our situation in this modern period, those people that don't understand the Q operation don't understand that it was emblazoned that way for exactly that reason. It's all about the flip, the reversal, the 17th book of the Bible, the Esther moment. And we're right in the midst of that now. All these years, literally for the last 10 years, since Trump came down the escalator, it's all been attack to stop this conservative movement. The Q operation was done to inform and to project certain things and to put certain information into the public persona and to understand context. Right this second, right now, we're in the reversal moment. We've already actually reached the apex and things are coming back. The first arrests. If you've ever watched a boomerang going out in flight and it goes out and it reaches this apex moment, and you'll see a boomerang, it goes out and it goes up. And then it turns around and it comes back. And it's actually slowing a little bit, not in the spinning, but in its flight. And then it gains speed as it comes back down and comes on its return side. That's where we are right now as the arrests occur, including Gitmo. By the way, Gitmo had a storm the other day that was came right over the top of it there. And everybody was all concerned. Oh no, it's going to be destroyed. How are we going to send anybody to Gitmo, etc.? I said, relax. It's built for Cat 7. Now, things like the movie theater, they actually have a movie theater with actually movie theater seats. It's outside because the island, that area is a true desert, almost no rain every year. And so they have the movie theater outside that you go to watch movies. Well, the chairs got turned over a couple of times and the screen got torn up a little bit, etc. You had a little bit of things dusted up there. The actual facility itself able to handle a Cat 7 storm. And by the way, all of the FEMA ships that were intended for us, by the way, can be taken to Gitmo. They built amazing concrete piers, pilings that can accommodate all of those ships and a few more in the harbor next to Gitmo, and they're set up to handle a Cat 7 storm. So much more powerful than this Cat 5 that just went through there, even though the storm that came across there was the third strongest tropical hurricane on record ever. So pretty powerful. Whoever wanted to engineer that to do whatever, if you wanted to test the facility, make sure everything was good, well, it's sound. It's still there. Gitmo awaits. The diners are assembling. Is about to be epic. And so in this moment we're in, you're now at that point in the narrative where we're already past the apex moment. And you'll see these amazing, dramatic arrests of people and them going to Gitmo the information about the 2020 election.
It's not
in
over
a
yet.
national emergency. Yeah, but 2020, it's
It's
not
not
over yet.
over.
And by the way, I wasn't lost on me. I love that Nino, Nino, Nino shirt. All the hand wringing. Nino, Nino, Nino. Jen has them over on her site, by the way. It's pretty fun. And that was Barbara, the donkey lady, when she was talking to Nino when he was fretting and fussing, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago. And Barbara, because Nino's a recovered of alcoholic drug abuser, things like that. He talks about it very openly. And
Right.
so he has this thing where he'd be hand wringing. We did the Nino's Cremo, okay,
Oh,
hand
Neil's
wringing.
cream, yeah. Hand wringing.
With his boxing gloves on and all that. There's only 500 jars of that out there, by the way. Those people that have those will be fun for generations to
I could
come.
never get any. It was always
moment.
sold out. I wanted to hold that up and say,
Well, it was a very high end, a really high end cream. It wasn't just the garbage stuff. It was very expensive, and I got a great deal on it. It actually sold for people that were getting it elsewise. I think it sold for like $125 a jar, and we got a deal on 500 of them. And we tried to work a deal. They tried to raise the price up too much, and I thought, no, I just don't want to. I wanted to make a point. We had a lot of fun, but I didn't want it to come across like a gouging thing or something like that. And I didn't want to use a lesser quality and all that. So we had some fun with it, but it had a brief lifespan, right? But the hand wringing, well, that is, and you hear right now, by the way, is it going to happen? Is it going to be years from now? Are you sure it's going to happen? I imagine coming up on this day that was the day that was decreed by the king, this Esther moment where the Jews and Haman's crowd had it out once and for all. It ended up being 2 days because the king extended it a day for Esther because they hadn't gotten all their enemies completely. This moment, till the day it happened, you didn't know how it was going to come out. You didn't know if somebody might betray you. You didn't know if somebody was going to stand with you all the way or just watch. It came down to that one day. Even right now, look at within the country. You're even today still finding out about secret alliances that are aimed at us as a nation. People behind the scenes, we're still learning it. Just a short while back, through a particular process, we discovered a continuity in government operation that nobody knew about, not even Trump or any of his people through all of the first term and up till now. Nobody knew about this specific, very precise continuity in government operation that was hidden and had people through various agencies of government involved. Not SES. That's the other big monster that we're actually fighting. It's NORAD, nuclear arms, and the control and management and use of them. Versus SES, who claims that authority but doesn't actually have it. It was set up back in Jimmy Carter's era and is tied into the whole Homeland Security thing and all the false flags, by the way. All these false flags you see, those are all SES operations aimed at continuity in government their way, create a crisis, and then we own the far side of it to manage America within this globalist theme. But we found another group embedded within all of these agencies that had people that was being paid for by all the taxpayers that nobody, even in the highest places, knew existed. That's how deep some of these threats are. This was a very serious, nasty little operation, and with several hundred people involved. In the course of, taking out USAID and the funding and all sorts of other things, Doge and all sorts of things related to that, this was discovered. And so there's still things that are in the toolbox of enemies of America embedded right there within all these agencies and things that could still cause a problem, disrupt as we go through this boomerang flip reversal moment. All things Q, that is what this administration is all about, returning power and authority back to the people. Trump wants to leave office when he does finally leave with two things accomplished. If you want to wonder why Trump would run for a third term, this would be the context if he's not done. The two most important things that Trump wants to leave as his legacy out in time. He can enjoy his grandkids. He could, enjoy his own properties and buildings and golf and all that, and not have to be president, not have to worry about any of this. But he has set his, you think, oh, he's president, he gets to enjoy all this stuff. Really? What a pain in the ass. You're missing it. He is making his own type of sacrifices, doing what he's doing for his children and grandchildren and children generations removed into the future. The legacy that he wants of his presence in public life is, number one, to return honest elections to the American people. Only American citizens get to vote. Mm-hmm. And their vote is counted as cast. It's not diluted. It's not tossed in the wastebasket and diluted by other people voting or entities voting. Here in Hawaii yesterday, they had a 5-hour hearing over votes from the 2020 election. They're still fighting that.
Wow.
And later elections, 2024 and things like that. They have tens of thousands of votes that were counted that supposedly were mail-in votes, but the post office doesn't have any record of the votes going through the mail system. We take pictures of every piece of mail transiting through the post office everywhere in the world at this time. There is no mail goes into the U.S. postal system. There isn't a picture taken of it at the point of entry into the mail system.
Could be a landmark case.
So here you have, and they're trying to get through the judges and the courts in Hawaii. The courts, the judges won't let you get to examining those things. You're going to have to make it federal, and the Justice Department has been slow or non-existent in entering into these cases and taking over inside the states. So yesterday, there was a whole bunch of stuff that came up, but the one thing that was the biggest sticking point, 5 hours of discussion and arguing, nobody could explain the 19,000 votes that were counted in Hawaii County. And they couldn't come up with an answer. And it threw a small population. So when you got 19,000 votes, you can't things going on in the machines. There was other mechanical things that occurred. The fact that you had paper ballots that supposedly came in through the mail system. You had no way to account for where they came from. And then who did that? You think about crimes. You're getting people into office that shouldn't be in office. The governor of Hawaii was sworn in before they'd even officially determined that he won the election. Wow. So how does he get sworn in when they haven't even had finished counting? Okay. There's all sorts of issues. And by the way, look at what's going on over in Utah. Oh my gosh. If you haven't seen it, go, everybody here should go pull up the website, utahcorruption.com, utahcorruption.com. And about halfway down the page there, there's two butterflies here. It's beautiful. Halfway down the page at utahcorruption.com, a pro se case brought by Tracy Halverson there in Utah. The gosh, they're going to come right to me. The complaint is 92 pages. And then the exhibits, there's 92 exhibits. The total filing for the court took them like 3 days to scan it into the court system, is 3,700 pages. So they served most of the people. There's a couple more to be served. Even right now, there's somebody being served. That's pretty important. The they have to take a hand truck to take all the paperwork to serve these people, and 3,700 pages, double-sided print on the pages. Very well documented, where the sitting governor of Utah and the lieutenant governor and sitting U.S. senator who benefited, he didn't directly do it. They don't have a secretary of state in Utah, so the lieutenant governor serves as the person that runs the elections. Well, she's in office with the governor. She replaces the governor if anything happens. The governor, Cox, had been the lieutenant governor in a prior administration, so he knows how the system works. And in this thing, he didn't win at the convention. You have a caucus, people's houses. They decide who's going to go represent every neighborhood in the state at the state conventions run by it's an official state function for each party, and then at the with facilities that the state provides, etc. At the state convention, the state Republican convention, then all of the delegates vote, and if you get more than 60% of the delegates vote, you're automatically moved straight to the statewide ballot. If you get less than 60%, you and the person closest to you in this contest go on a primary ballot to decide who is going to be the official representative of the Republican Party or the Democrat Party or Independent Party.
This is phenomenal. It says this action targets a racketeering enterprise within Utah, orchestrated by defendants including Governor Spencer Cox and Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson. Wow, to manipulate Utah's election law. Wow.
It is a civil RICO, and it's got a lot of. It's got so many crazy, wild things. The big thing is that the sitting governor Cox, coming into the 2024 election cycle, didn't get the majority vote of the Republicans at the convention. Another candidate by the name of Phil Lyman, who has a history, is pardoned by Trump on a deal with BLM and all sorts of bizarre stuff. At the convention, Phil Lyman got like 67% of the vote. Another candidate got almost 70% of the vote for a Senate position. And so they would go on the general ballot as the Republican candidates against whoever the Democrats brought in on the general ballot for the fall election automatically, because they had over 60% of the delegate vote at the state Republican convention. Well, the lieutenant governor and governor couldn't have that because they're in office right now. The sitting governor didn't even get, I don't think he got even 20% of the vote. It was some ridiculous low number. And Phil Lyman's people got over 60, got 67%. So with that in mind, the governor's out as the Republican candidate. Now, he could get on the ballot if he had like 28,000 signatures to put him on the ballot. So they went out and got supposedly 28,000 signatures. And that's another story in itself, because people said you never got those legitimately. The company that was hired for $1 million to go out and get these signatures was actually under investigation at the time for falsifying signatures on ballot measures, on campaign measures. So the legislature in Utah took 10% of that 28,000, did an exam, and it was so horrid as to whether the signatures were valid or not that they came to the conclusion that almost certainly they did not have enough signatures for Governor Cox to be on the ballot at all, let alone enough signatures to it wasn't legit. Well, what the lieutenant governor did is she put the sitting Governor Cox on the ballot as the Republican candidate, and Phil Lyman, who won the convention and should have been on the general ballot as the Republican candidate, was not on it. And they said it's because of this 28,000 signatures, which they didn't actually have 28,000. It was all a ruse by a crooked company. And since then, the people in that company have pled guilty to forgery and falsehood within the stuff on a previous signing campaign. They've never been prosecuted, charged, anything with the one where the legislature looked at it and said that almost certainly Cox didn't have enough signatures. Even if Cox had enough signatures, which he didn't, to be placed on the ballot, he couldn't be placed on the ballot as the Republican candidate for governor because Phil Lyman won that. But the lieutenant governor placed him and herself on the ballot as the Republican candidates because they were already in office as the candidates, and pushed Phil Lyman
you
outside.
The Republicans in Utah, because remember how they booed Mitt Romney, and now Romney's gone? Oh,
yeah.
They screwed up bad.
Well, and this is kind of a legacy in many people's minds of the, Romney enterprise, which in this lawsuit, Tracy is calling a racketeer influence corrupt organization. They worked together, along with the judges, by the way, who wouldn't hear the cases properly, to protect the person placed on the ballot as the Republican nominee for governor and lieutenant governor, and then he didn't actually do stuff proactively like the governor and lieutenant governor did, but he was a beneficiary. Senator Curtis got into office. He also didn't get enough votes to be placed on the ballot as the Republican nominee. So with that in mind, they ran a criminal enterprise. It really was criminal to put these people on the ballot as the Republican candidates, and people going to vote, they see him as, and by the way, Trump endorsed Cox, even though Cox had not lawfully won the the nomination process at the state convention. So Phil Lyman's people, I was one that asked Phil, would he run for governor in Utah? And we kind of wrestled through it, and then he finally said, yeah, okay, I'll do it. He had already talked with a few people, but he hadn't made the decision. We spent a long day kind of going through all the logistics before he decided to throw his hat in the ring and go for it. And so I felt a little bit, I need to stay on this. And then they had it stolen from him, not just once at the state convention, but again with this write-in campaign run by a crooked organization. And then the legislature not enforcing that the governor's group clearly, as they said, he didn't have enough valid signatures to have the 28,000 they claimed was needed to get him on the ballot, let alone be the Republican nominee. But this lieutenant governor, if you get to the core, the nexus, the worst of the worst, she's the one that ran a crook. She knew that she couldn't do this, and she did it anyway, put herself and the governor on as the Republican candidate. She controls how the ballots are set up in Utah, and she created a fictitious, fraudulent ballot, mailed it out, and the rest is history. But Phil Lyman, just to give you an idea how much backing he had, they did a write-in campaign where you could write on the ballot, other than what was offered to you, write in a candidate. And so over 200,000 people wrote Phil Lyman's name as the person for governor. 200,000. That's the largest write-in ballot campaign ever in U.S. history.
Oh my God!
For that kind of an office.
There's somebody in the chat that said the citizens of Utah fought hard for Lyman and Staggs to get him into office. There's even a rally this weekend. We won't stop fighting. That's awesome.
Well, and let me just say this. So, and this goes to all of your listeners here, including you guys. Um, uh, the RICO lawsuit that Tracy Halverson has put together, this 3,700-page behemoth, unbelievable, beautifully written. Um, it's set up so that not only citizens of Utah, but any citizen of the United States, even if you're not a voter, can be included as a plaintiff in this case.
Wow.
It's set up to be a class action. So as of yesterday morning, I think they had about 3,000 people that had signed on to the class action. And to be included as plaintiffs in this case. Now, the reason that's really important is this. She's going to be filing something in the next few hours that brings in the United States government as a plaintiff in the case. And the reason is because the governor of Utah is out all over the world making alliances with other countries with these trade agreements as though he's president. He's, the sister cities and inland port stuff and all that.
Right.
He's doing all sorts of stuff. And part of the deal was, in fact, why did the cabal, if you will, that hidden hand that's been running politics in Utah for so long, why are they so adamant they had to have Cox? Because Cox was the guy that was going to bring the Olympics to Salt Lake City again. And they created this inland port, and they're got taxing authorities and all sorts of stuff that voters can't even vote on. It's just automatically done. And they had to have Cox because he knew the plan doing it for all these billionaires that are behind the scenes wanted another Olympics. And it wasn't going to be the governor, and Phil Lyman wasn't in the same mode to tax all of the citizens of Utah with all this extra special stuff to do this and hijack a bunch of land for the facilities and everything else. He was a real threat. So they had to get Lyman out of here and get Cox in. And that's the context. It was all about a land grab, money grab, federal money, international money, etc., for their next Olympics project, which, of course, Romney was a key part of last time. And so this RICO, all of these people were working in collusion to make sure that Cox won this election. That Trent Stagg was going to be their senator. He was a threat to their senator, which was Curtis, and the operation there. And so at the end of the day, it has national implications. So therefore, because this was something that is taking U.S. taxpayer money and has national, international implications for every citizen of the United States in this statewide election, every citizen of the United States has a place to be a plaintiff in this case, in this class action. So we've got 3,000 people already signed up to be on the class action. And you don't even have to be a voter. And the reason is because a lot of people don't vote anymore because they think it's so rigged, it's so crooked. Why would you vote? Because the machine's going to do what it wants anyway. Al Capone and his crew are going to win no matter how you vote because they've got control of the election booth, the judges, the politics, everything else. So if you're just an American citizen and you're pissed off about the way that the elections have been run and the way your money is being spent and the obligations as a taxpayer, etc., you can be on this suit. And so we all should be. And it's a class action. And here's the cool part. So what they do, if you're a pro se litigant, if you come in, you don't have a judge. I mean, you don't have a lawyer, bar association accredited lawyer. If you come in and try to represent yourself, then the courts in Utah have a special rule that you have to first be cleared as having a correct, legitimate case by a magistrate. A magistrate is, almost just a referee. in these cases. You don't actually get to a real judge. This is a federal lawsuit. This isn't a state lawsuit. This is a federal lawsuit,
Wow.
RICO lawsuit. So, but what they do is anybody that comes in that's a pro se, they say, well, because you're not an attorney, we got to make sure you're crossing the T's, dotting the I's, all this other stuff, blah, blah, blah. And you can never get out of magistrate hell. It's part of their racket in Utah. That's the reason why things stay corrupt and crooked. It's an internal rule in Utah. So what Tracy did, she put in the way this is set up in the federal system, also that any U.S. citizen, as well as Utah citizen voters, as well as the U.S. government, can enter this claim, this case as a claimant, as a plaintiff. And so now she's requesting that the U.S. government enter through the Justice Department for its own representation, but also as a pro se, she cannot represent anybody else because she's not an attorney. So the class, all of the people that sign on to be plaintiffs in this case, the other claimants, have to be represented by an attorney, and it has to be a U.S. attorney because it's in federal court. So Pam Bondi is going to have to assign an AG to this case to represent the class, the 3,000 people and growing, plus the U.S. itself in this case in court, because Tracy can't. And what happens then is the rule inside of Utah saying that if it's a pro se case, it goes into magistrate hell and they can just manage it and play around with it for decades. You never get to an actual judge. You never get outside of their little machine. In this case, what happens is now you have a bar authorized member attorney. They can't keep it in magistrate hell. It has to go to a U.S. judge, federal judge, and it gets outside of their rules. As soon as Pam Bondi assigns an AG to this case to represent the United States and or the plaintiffs in the case, you're out of magistrate hell, and they're in trouble because now they can't play their games with you. And she did put an injunction barring them from just assigning this to a magistrate. That's in there right now, and they ignored it and assigned it to a magistrate. So the reason why everybody should be on this case is that, this is already one of the largest cases of its type with a class action in the U.S. Okay, but I believe before we're done, it's not just going to be 3,000. It's going to be 10 times the number. It might be. Look, they had 200,000 people in Utah. All you people in Utah that wrote in Phil Lyman's name, all of you people should be on this case. This is for you. Yes. 100,000 people. Just those on this case, let alone everybody else around the country, because everybody in the country is affected by this. The governor, who is not legitimately the governor of Utah, is out making international agreements on all of our behalf, and he's there through fraud. Okay, on multiple levels, and the senator, the lieutenant governor, other people down through the ranks. If you don't win this one, I don't know when you'll get another case as clear as this ever again. It's life or death for the political health, representative health of Utah. This is the one. Either you win this one or you'll never get another chance in your lifetime again. And if you can't win in the courts, if you can't win in the legal arena, what's left for people to get rid of a tyrannous government? It's tyranny when they can pull off whatever they want. You can go to convention. Part of the reason the convention is set up the way it is, Michael, is if you have the caucuses in the houses and they vote a delegate at the neighborhood level, people invite everybody over to their house, they have a caucus, they elect a delegate from the neighborhood to represent them at the state convention. So there was 4,000 people at the state convention. All of those people elected within the caucus system in Utah, communities all over the state. They go to the state convention, a facility that the state puts up. They spend travel money, hotel money, plus the night that they did their caucus. They prepare by talking to the candidates. They spend, hundreds of hours each preparing to go to this convention. And then they're there and they have a vote. And the law in Utah is if you get 60% or more of the vote at the convention from the delegates, you're the automatic candidate. You go straight on to the general ballot for the fall election. When that didn't happen for Phil Lyman, he didn't, he put a lot of campaign money, and his donors put a lot of campaign money into the caucus system and into the state convention to win the party nomination. That costs real money, time, everything, to then be the one that goes on the general ballot. When they did what they did and ignored the state convention against the state law and went through this other system, getting the 28,000 votes to put them on the ballot in the fall election, then frauded everybody that they were the Republican. Now, they could be put on the ballot, but not as, if they'd had the 20,000, which they didn't have, but not as the Republican candidate. They'd just be on there as their own independent thing. They were put on as the Republican candidates and pushed the people that were legitimate candidates off to the side like they didn't even exist, okay, and ran an illegal election, totally illegal by Utah law, totally illegal. And when you complain to the courts, the judges are looking at the sky, they're counting sheep, asking what's on the menu for lunch, whatever. They won't even let you get in through court, okay, because it's a fixed system. It's their own little cabal. That's why it's a RICO. They were racketeering to engineer how the election was going to be conducted illegally. And so within that context, numbers mean things, even to the federal government, Pan Bondi, et cetera. If you don't have enough numbers, even 3,000, which is an astonishing number of people have already signed up in the little bit of time that this has been out there, a lot of people don't understand the magnitude of this particular case. You get 30,000 signatures. You get 300,000 signatures. How's the Justice Department, Pam Bondi, and everybody else going to ignore this? Okay, the will of the people is being denied. I think that numbers do matter in this, and that you have to make known decisively that we're not going to be shut down, put away, ignored. And even now in the courts in Utah, they know that 3,000 number. It's only been out for 2 weeks. It only was filed 2 weeks ago. We haven't even got all the main players served yet. They're doing some of that today, right now. There's 12 people named in the lawsuit right now. The number of people, as they find out, that are plaintiffs in this case is going to continue to go up, and they're going to have federal representation from the Attorney General's office for the class, all of those 3,000 people and growing. And at that point, the judges, the magistrate system in Utah, you can't say, oh, it's just a pro se person, so we can ignore this. As soon as you have a USAG assigned to this case, and they're a member of the bar, which they're going to be, it has to leave the magistrate system, go straight to a federal judge, and the rest is just a matter of timing because the case is very well documented, very well put together, and it's going to go to a jury. And by the way, if an AG is assigned to the case, this is a really interesting little point. If an attorney from the U.S. Attorney's Office is assigned to the case, in the course of their work through discovery, investigation, depositions, evidence gathering, if they learn of anything that constitutes a federal crime, then, or even a local, by the way, they have to refer that to the criminal division for investigation. So to the extent that these things were crimes, which they were, as soon as they have guilty knowledge through being involved in the case and they see evidence of a crime, they have to refer it to the criminal division of the Justice Department for criminal investigation and action. Criminality is involved here. It'll get there. It's only a matter of time. So you're not just going to have the civil RICO for damages, but the criminal RICO, not just the criminal for one or two little people, because it was a corrupt organization. You're dealing with Al Capone's buddies. They will be under a criminal RICO conspiracy and indicted as such, and that's going to be epic. And this is the opportunity to win back Utah for Utahns. And then we have other states that are looking at how this action has been developed and written up, and they have similarities in other states that are, going to be happening too. In fact, one other thing, Oregon, the person who ran for governor last time around and who had the election stolen from him in various ways on the way that the campaign money was brought in. She filed quo warrantos where the people in office had to prove that they were there legally. It's a particular type of filing. The courts in Utah just shined them on, wouldn't do it. In Oregon. Oregon laws written in a way that to keep you from getting into any court in any meaningful way or to the Supreme Court. And they reread the rules so they understood, actually what they're saying you have to do, you don't have to do based on the way the law is set up. So the courts wouldn't let them force these people in office to answer the quo warranto. Are they there legally, legitimately, according to constitutional law? They filed in the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court docketed the case about a month ago. So there's a Oregon quo warranto case before the Supreme Court, U.S. Supreme Court, that is docketed. Now, to just get on the docket is like 1 in 1,000 get there that file. But getting past the docket and actually going to a hearing is even more difficult to get past that. So they've still got huge hurdles to get through, but the fact that they got docketed at all means that the court saw the legitimacy, the clerk saw the legitimacy of the case, and that it had checked all the boxes to be able to be docketed. Oregon's in play over the way that their governor got to office. This hearing yesterday in Hawaii, some of that, they're looking at similar potential for legal action that would be a RICO similar to what's going on in Utah, occurring in Hawaii. There's other cases that are looking at this in the same way, and I don't want to name all of them because they're less, developed, but they're coming. That case in Utah is the framework for other similar types of actions, tuned precisely to the illegality of these groups and the way they operate in collusion in other states. So anyway.
Unbelievable, Juan. This has been an epic show. I think this is the best yet. So it's not over yet.
Well, let me.
And you're proving.
I apologize. You know what?
That's true. Even more so
you're
now.
You're a good guy.
I'm glad we brought this up. It's good.
Well, okay. So I got one. And one more thing.
Awesome. Okay.
And also, by the way, and it also does this. It slices, it dices, it cubes. Tina Peters.
Oh, please. Yeah.
In fact, I'm doing Tina Peters' show later today, by the way.
Really?
So I'm looking forward to that. Yeah. In fact, I'm doing it with Tracy Halverson because her case has overtones into Colorado. 2020, it's not over yet. You know what? You know what we got to do? I got to send the website, Jen's website, thejennifermack.com. We got to send it to all these politicians that are named in these suits. You know why? They need Nino's hand cream. I probably better go out and get it again. It's really high quality stuff. They need the Nino shirt. Okay.
Just up the
Okay.
price,
Hand rain.
make a little money off of it. Heck, why not?
That's right.
But I saw that all your silver
Nino,
coins are
Nino.
almost all gone. You've only got one left. I'm so glad I got them. Wow.
Well, the only one out there right now is the Gitmo coin, and we have quite a bit coming out of that.
You guys better get it.
Well, getting good. I didn't move the prices up when we had that spike the other day because I knew it was going to come back down. I told people that too, and in some of the shows, that I didn't expect it to stay up there this round when it punched through 50. That it would go through it decisively, but would probably settle down. It's going much higher. 70 is the next real checkpoint, and it's continuing to power through. So the Gitmo coins that are there on All Patriots at Gumroad.com.
I'm so glad I got all of those coins, and they're all worth like 2-3 times more than what I bought them for. Wow.
Well, we have just a handful of the 2023s, and they're radically up there. And somebody just told me the other day that they had actually were trading at the dealers higher than what we had them on the site.
Sure,
we didn't realize we had them there for that.
More.
But anyway,
more.
And all of them tell a story together. And I didn't even keep. Oh my gosh, we sold all of the coins we had. Had to go into my own handful of coins and give them out on the Melania coins.
Good job on you.
But anyway, no, I wanted to say this one thing. So, and I apologize for running long on this, but I think this is a super important point I mentioned the other day on a couple of shows, but I want to make sure we have your listeners understand this. Trump said, you don't have to trust that I'm saying this. Trump himself said the other day in an interview that he was getting ready to sign a executive order concerning paper ballots. And he went into a long diatribe. It was actually over the stuff in Ukraine and like that. And one of the reporters asked him a question. He says, well, actually, this isn't on point, but I'm going to answer this question anyway. And he says, I'm getting ready to sign an executive order for paper ballots and to stop all mail-in ballots in the 2026 election. Now, he went several minutes long, and I've handed around a lot. I think it's over at a number of the sites. I think I maybe even sent it to you, and so everybody should go look at this. In the course of doing that, from our friends inside the administration, I had back to January 21st when I had a private meetings and invited a bunch of people out in D.C. after the inauguration. Had asked several of our people these are their skill sets from their work history like that, to write an executive order concerning hand count paper ballot counted where cast, the whole schmear. The one that I was aware of that had been in play back to when Trump was still a candidate in the summer of 2026, it was the first version, and it was pretty weak, and it didn't actually say what it needed to say. So I'd asked some of the folks with me there if they couldn't work through that, and we did as a group, and came up with a 17-page proposed executive order concerning hand count paper ballot counted where cast, precinct 1,600 or less. And at the very outset of that executive order, in order to implement it, it included a national emergency related to elections, so that you had executive authority, or in some ways of saying it, commander-in-chief authority, to control things down below the federal level all the way into the state and county and municipal level. And the reason is because it's at the county level that people get on as a registered voter. And we know that the voter rolls are completely corrupt, can't be trusted, and they can't really fix them with any system that's out there the way it is right now. So you have to essentially wipe the slate clean and start over. So this proposed executive order, 17 pages long, and that was just by accident, actually, as concise as we could make it, was then we put it out publicly. You can go find it. It's out there, the version that we came up with. And then was on the president's desk. no machines allowed, strictly a paper ballot, hand counted. We understand that it's like 80% of what we have there, maybe 90 is what's going to be used in what the president's legal team have gone through and come up with their own version of this. We just proposed that here's the things we think need to be in here and why, etc. So we'll be watching to see what it is, but the president says he's going to sign an executive order, and people that we have as contacts say it's pretty close to what we had submitted as a group. And he's going to put that out there. At the moment that he puts that out there, and he said he's days away from doing this, that's like declaring war in itself on the people running the illegal side of these elections, because they won't be able to pull off the frauds that they've been doing within the election system. It's like a death knell for the rhinos and Democrats that have been doing all of their scamming and like that, and it'd be run supervised at the federal level by troops if necessary. And the president, when he does that, you have to stop and slow down. This is where it relates to Tina Peters. As a prelude, the first thing he does before he implements the executive order or simultaneous with it is declares a national emergency related to elections. And then within that national emergency, he implements that here's how we're going to run the 2026 election. It doesn't matter what and by the way, because it's in the context of a national emergency, no judge at the state or federal level can stop him. You wanted a guy that operates as king? Well, it's actually not king, it's commander in chief. So he takes control of the elections as the executive to run a fair election in 2026 and mandates from the federal level exactly how that's going to be conducted, and no judge can stop him. There's no federal injunction or anything like that that's going to stop him. And so that's just going to be wasted time and energy to try and do that. Won't happen. And within the context of a Tina is a witness. Tina is a witness on how these elections have been being frauded. Knowledge into the machines, knowledge into the various ballot things that are being done. Within that context, even though she could be released on whistleblower stuff, taken into federal custody, the state would still have a case to bring forward later, blah, blah, blah. There's all sorts of reasons why, she was supposed to be out on her birthday. There was actually 2 different agreements that occurred, and she was going to be out just before her birthday or right on her birthday. And both times people inside the Justice Department blocked that, and it didn't happen. And so then there's been this thing where it looked like within the courts, the habeas corpus thing was going to get acted on by a judge and still in play and could happen any day. But it, becoming more and more questionable that would happen. Well, if Trump said he's going to sign this executive order very shortly, days away, according to his words, not mine, then when he does that, almost certainly in order to pull off what he's going to pull off, he has to declare a national emergency within the elections. I believe that it's quite likely, because Trump has said 3 times now, set Tina Peters free, get her out of there, that simultaneous with that, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if there's guys waiting at the door right there at the prison to walk in a few seconds later and go take physical custody of Tina Peters and get her out of the hellhole. But that would be something that I think we should expect to happen in the context of the declaration of a national election emergency and the executive order. And by the way, the last executive order in the elections was Executive Order 107, signed at 1:07 in the afternoon Eastern Time by the president on March 25th of 2025. Now, that executive order was about the states and the counties cleaning up the voter rolls prior to the 2026 election, gave them 6 months to do that. Well, September 25th, none of the states had done anything of meaning. None of the counties had done anything of meaning. They thumbed their noses. They gave the finger to Trump and the executive order. So the context for an emergency, a national emergency, and another executive order going down into the counties and the cities on the way the elections are going to be held, let alone the state level, is in the context that they thumbed their nose at him. So he's going to come back and, be far more forceful and proactive to get done what needs to be done because they ignored the last executive order. And it'll be interesting to see what number gets assigned to this executive order. It'll probably have a significant meeting also, including the date that he signs it, going to war with the monsters. So anyway, we're watching close, and that could be how it happens for Tina. We don't know. I just know that we're all in prayer to get the right outcome for Tina. And every day in there, she is a political prisoner. At 70 years old. Come on, man. She never even had a parking ticket, speeding ticket. Okay. Shoot, I got a wall plastered full of them. Okay. I don't even know how somebody goes through life without getting some kind of a traffic infraction. I drive a lot, but it's just so easy to pick one up.
And unfortunately, her son, Navy SEAL, died in a parachute accident. So, I mean, she's.
Well, let me just add this. Her son. This isn't public, really. She's talked about it a little bit in private. Her son was involved in some work going after child traffickers and assisting in some of that work. Wow. And he had a double parachute failure.
That's insane. And he's on the parachute team.
Yes, he was, he had a very good record. He's in a demonstration team.
Yep.
To have two chute failures. Somebody said, I think he had 3,000 jumps or whatever. There's just no way. This was somebody did something. And
I've said that for a long time. I'm glad you brought that up. Thank you.
Yeah. So and her son,
she doesn't go there. She's very humble about it, but yeah, we can say it.
Well, she doesn't. Let me say it this way: she's not playing on that for some kind of
right.
She's not merchandising her son and what happened to him. She's not playing it that way. She's trying to do things based on their merit without, pulling that heartstring or whatever, like you should give her a pass because of that. But she doesn't have to. We can. This is atrocious what these people have done. So, by the way, don't think for a second that any of those monsters in Colorado that did all sorts of chicanery to make her the bad person and draw attention off themselves is going to get away with this. Before God in his heaven, they will not skate free of this. They will. It's easy to dish out. Let's see how they take it when the tables are flipped and they're on the receiving side of what's about to come. So
they'll be crying. That's the way they usually do it.
Yeah.
Begging for mercy.
Michael, I gotta tell you, I apologize because I always get going so much, and you always have such great things to add in, and you get me going, and I didn't really let you chime in enough because there's a lot of times when we have an exchange,
this might be the record show for you. I don't know.
It's fun. Well, but I we ought to flip it sometime, and I get to interview you. And I shut up and listen to you. You're too gentlemanly.
I'll get my boots out.
Well, by the way, you had it at the beginning of the show for a second or two. There's stuff going on in Brazil. I mean, I'm getting live reports from my guys that are down there in the midst of this. I mean, talk about a war. Oh my gosh! I mean, talk about bringing back memories. I was just sitting there, lady injured or whatever, and it was way higher than that. That was, probably easily double that number, and it's still going. And it's while we also have stuff going on, we got 10,000 guys ready to go right into Caracas right now. We've got all of the aircraft, munitions,
Oh yeah.
carrier task force.
Huh.
We're ready to go at it, and it's
Yeah.
going to be epic. And so the situation of Brazil is pretty wild.
It's going to be similar to what's going to happen in our cities. I think that's what I was talking about. Because
Well, and
Bolsonaro was basically, he had his election stolen from him, just like Trump did.
yes, and by the same group.
Yeah.
By the way.
Interesting. I didn't know that. How about
Because
that?
it is the same group. Yeah, the same group out of Venezuela that was transplanted into Serbia, which included, by the way, the CIA side of the operation, the MI6 and 5 side of the operation, FBI here. They're all collusive, working with the vote cartel, the criminal vote. You got drug runners, you got rum runners. Last century, you got all these things. Well, these are the vote runners, and they're trading in illegal votes because illegal votes are worth more than counterfeit currency. Counterfeit votes are worth more than counterfeit currencies because they control the currencies, right? And the spending and everything else. So the people that we have in physical protective custody here in the U.S. right now, who stole the 2020 vote and other votes around the world, they say they actually, in being interviewed by a person that everybody in this audience would know instantly by name, when that person was interviewing him last summer, the person asked him, well, how many countries have you done this in besides the United States? And they said 71 was their personal count. 71 countries. They had flipped the vote, got people into office who weren't the vote of the people. And includes places like South Korea, Brazil, Mexico, all sorts of places around the planet. But they moved from Venezuela as it went into chaos back in 2018 and 19. They moved to Serbia. And the next location, because they're setting up a new operations center in Serbia, which, by the way, the building they're in is half owned by John Brennan. Think about that. Brennan, CIA, former CIA at that time, he is half owner of the building they move into in Serbia with the wealthiest man in Serbia,
Wow.
this billionaire. And so they co-own this building with all the servers that's being used to cook votes all over the planet. But they had to test the system. Do you know where they tested the system first time out? South Africa. Okay, so remember Ramaphosa, he's the president of South Africa who came to the Oval Office with a bunch of his delegation. They're all there in the Oval Office, and Trump pulls out the films of the white farmers at the funerals and says, so you can take over their land, steal their land from them. Is that true? And Ramaphosa says, this is all news to me. I've never seen this before. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, it's bullshit. He knows exactly what they're talking about. And so he was in office through fraud, just like Maduro in Venezuela. So now Maduro, the Justice Department calls Maduro the head of a drug crime terror family being run out of Venezuela, the president of Venezuela, and that he's there through vote fraud. So our Justice Department, because it affects, drug trafficking into America and other crimes against America and other countries in the world, issued a indictment and arrest warrant for Maduro. And then they put the largest ever bounty in U.S. history on somebody for information helping to get them arrested and prosecuted. So they put a $50 million bounty on Maduro, the president of Venezuela. And that's what all of this preparation is to go to war, to get Maduro out of Venezuela and all of his people out of the government, and to help return the government of Venezuela back to the people. Venezuela, by the way, just so you know, it's the richest country in the world with oil, richer than the countries in the Mideast. And they're in Venezuela, as the government collapsed, one of the people that I interviewed related to all of this a while back. He said, at first, everybody's pets, their dogs and cats, remember, this is a wealthy country, started disappearing because the people were eating them for food. People were grabbing any pet off the street they could get for food. Then it was the rats. They started disappearing, and then the mice.
Jeez.
Because the people were just horrors for Venezuela. And in that environment, they went to move their main headquarters to Serbia. Maduro's presiding over that. The drug gangs, the stories are just unbelievable. Reminds me of other stuff that happened back in the 80s. And so we're ready to go in there and take out Maduro. Well, next on the list, Trump has already referred Ramaphosa, the president of South Africa, to the Justice Department for similar investigation as being there through election fraud. The first election that they ran controlled from Serbia after they got embedded over there was the South African election that put Ramaphosa into office. He's illegitimate, just like Maduro is illegitimate. So they're going to put a bounty, indict him and put a bounty on him, and next stop, Africa. And that's where a lot of the criminality going on in the mining and like that, these billionaires that are protected in South Africa,
yeah,
they're
Nino
the ones that were up there.
Bounty show that disclosed that. Oh my God. Wow.
Well, I mean, the stuff going on in the Congo, you know.
Yeah, you've been on that for a while too. Good job.
Yeah, and Iran's tied into that. So Iran is in collusion both in Venezuela and in South Africa. So when Trump bombed the nuclear bunkers in Iran, it wasn't to save and protect Israel, it was to save and protect the world. And it was outside their skill sets. They did what they did at some street level. We went in and did what nobody else in the world could do, which was take out their nuclear development capability at that level. So anyway, but I just thought I'd throw it in there. So
yeah,
I apologize. I get into these things. It's hard for me to.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. President Donald Trump has given the green light. Global military alliance underway. Global alliance to take over major fake news media and make mass arrests. Emergency broadcast system activation imminent. U.S. braces for military takeover. Jassara Nassara unleashed. The Great Awakening. There is only one way. God wins. The White House. Judy, note, on Thursday, November 6th, President Trump messaged a final warning to the Democrats in Congress. Terminate the filibuster or lose the republic. Guess the Democrats lost their republic. House Speaker Johnson in the GOP press conference on 37th day of government shutdown. Later that day, President Trump, the leader of the free world, gave the green light for a major irreversible worldwide 10 days of communication blackout event beginning on Friday, November 7th, 2025. The military will take over the mass media fake news, make mass arrests across the globe, and unleash Jassara Nassara. At the end of the 10 days on Monday, November 17th, we're going to wake up to a whole new world. It's called The Great Awakening, and God wins. Judy, note, a major movie about child trafficking, Hidden Wars, was set to be released in theaters November 14th, 2025. However, the movie has received major backlash that appeared to be executed by those influenced by Satan and do not want the information about child trafficking to come out. Such has resulted in Hidden Wars not being accepted by some major distributors, like Cinemax. Hidden Wars is by Tim Ballard, who has dedicated his life to rescuing children around the world and who has the inspiration for the movie Sound of Freedom. Thursday, November 7th, Trump's final warning to Democrats. Terminate the filibuster or lose the republic. Gimbo TV on Telegram. The night of Wednesday, November 6, 2025, President Trump's ultimatum echoed through Washington like the final bell before a storm. For 3 years, the government has stood frozen. No laws passed, no borders secured, no justice served. Only endless political theater while America bleeds. Now Trump has drawn the red line. Terminate the filibuster now, he wrote, or hand our nation to the radical left. This isn't a request. It's an order from the man who built the movement that changed history. Trump's words carry the weight of urgency and prophecy. He knows the game is rigged through endless obstruction, the filibuster being the weapon Democrats have used to crush every America First policy. Without ending it, the GOP will walk into the 2028 elections in chains, unable to act, while the radical left continues to rewrite the laws, the culture, and the Constitution itself. Before Trump's fury lies strategy. He exposed the exact plan of the enemy to pack the Supreme Court, add new states, create 4 new Democrat senators, and secure power forever. If the GOP hesitates again, this will be the last free election America ever sees. Trump reminded everyone that Democrats already tried to end the filibuster once, and next time they won't ask. The time for polite politics is over. What he's offering isn't negotiation, it's dominance. End the shutdown, erase the obstacles, and pass every policy that was promised to the American people. Strong borders, fair elections, protection of women's sports, tax and energy reform, the full defense of the Second Amendment. Everything the left fought to block will pass in a single wave. We will be the party that cannot be beaten, Trump declared. The smart party. The choice is no longer political. It's existential. Either the Republicans find their courage and break the chain, or the chain will break the Republic. History will remember what happens next. The event. Possible timing. The event will be global and irreversible. Monday, November 3rd, global ignition phase. QFS nodes were stabilizing under gold-backed parity, while Starlink began aligning communication grids for full system override. Jassara unleashed. Debt eradication, gold explosion. EBS, Emergency Broadcast System, preps. Trump oversees from Mar-a-Lago War Room. Military begins to escort Zim Tier 4B holders to the centers. Friday, November 7th, communication blackout. 10 Days of Darkness protocol activates. All media frequencies will be seized and rerouted through the Emergency Broadcast System. Traditional television, radio, and online platforms will fall silent as Starlink takes command. Evidence of corruption, hidden tribunals, secret programs, and the full collapse of the fiat empire. The documentaries prepared under military supervision will expose everything the cabal built in darkness. Names, operations, financial trails, all revealed through quantum evidence stored since 2020. Banking networks have already begun limited shutdowns in Europe. The United States, central servers are being mirrored onto the quantum grid. Every hidden fund and false reserve is being indexed for public audit once the blackout ends. Behind the curtain, governments are surrendering. Negotiations for peaceful transition are underway in over 50 nations as QFS command assumes control of state liquidity. The era of debt-based governance is finished. On Monday, November 10th, Tier 4B notified of how to schedule exchange redemption appointments. Saturday, November 15th, medbeds begin activation in phases. Clinics will prioritize.
Hi guys, this is just a little reminder. I keep telling you this is all pantomime. This is all a movie. So when you see Mamdani win in New York, this is all part of the pantomime. Stop getting so wound up about it. You're watching a movie. You're watching a pantomime. Central casting. I have to keep reminding you every time there's a bump in the road. You think it's for real. It's all pantomime.
Monday, November 3rd, classified Q-drop detonation. Jassara unleashed. Trump's White Hats flipped the switch on November 3rd, 2025. Debt eradication, gold explosion, cabal vaults gutted. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Patriots, the hammer drops today. Jassara isn't fantasy. It's execution. Q crumbs from 2017 Ignite, Global Economic Security and Reformation Act. Quantum financial system hums alive. Rothschild chains shatter. Your enslavement ends. Where we go one, we go all. The Great Awakening erupts. Jassara core pillars. The red pill blueprint. Q drop 4414. The storm is upon us. Jassara activates in phases. 209 nations signed Paris Accord trap, now flipped to freedom. Number 1, debt jubilee. All debts wiped, mortgages, loans, credit cards zeroed. IRS abolished, taxes, only sales on new items, no income theft. Number 2, gold-backed currencies, rainbow notes live, USD to USN. Number 3, QFS activation, unhackable quantum servers, Cheyenne Mountain, Reno, Texas hubs, biometric access, Your account preloaded with redemption funds. Nasara Fusion, America leads, forgives farm debts, restores Constitution, ends Fed stranglehold. Trump's kill command, implementation locked. Monday, November 3rd. EBS preps. Trump oversees from Mar-a-Lago war room. Military escort Zim, Tier 4B holders, 2 centers. Redemption protocol. Zim bonds, 100 trillion cap, redeem at $125 million per holder. Funds, humanitarian projects, no speculation. Tier 1 through 3, banks, governments paid out in October. Tier 4 A and B, Internet Group notified 72 hours post EBS. 800 number releases, call, schedule, NDA, ironclad. 21 days to redeem. Suppress calls. Cabal takedown, vaults raided. Q drop 34. Castle Rock, White Hat storm. Vatican, 34 trillion seized. London, 500 trillion. Pentagon, 2, is that a 2 quadrillion? 80% dark funds redirected to we the people. Gitmo overflows, 500,000 indictments, execution silent, clones glitch out. BRICS rebellion, Russia, China, gold standard, Iraq dinar RV at $3.71, plus Vietnam dong $2.25, no more IMF slavery. Inflation apocalypse reversed. Food, fuel prices crash, post-RV, abundance floods, middle class, trillions injected, elite hordes redistributed, political purge, election fraud exposed, 2020 stolen, reversed, Trump reinstated, Q says the best is yet to come, surveillance smashed, no more digital chains, QFS tracks every transaction, but only cabal theft, privacy for patriots, CBDC, deep state trap rejected, final red pill strike, Jassara isn't coming, it's here, this is revolution, you earn every cent. Cabal screams silence. Safe havens collapse. Media blackouts hide panic. Trump commands, alliance executes, humanity freed. Stay frosty. Monitor comms, redemption imminent. Eyes wide. Share this dossier. The golden age dawns now. Storm unleashed. Victory is ours. What we think we know as of Friday, November 7th. On Monday, November 3rd, and as Q Drop 4414 said, the storm is upon us. Jassara began activating in phases for the 209 nations which signed the Paris Accord trap and were now flipped to freedom and a debt jubilee where all debts were wiped. Mortgages, loans, and credit cards zeroed out. In the U.S., the IRS would be abolished, with no tax on income and taxes on the sale of new items only. On Friday, November 7th, the Global Military Alliance would take over the major fake news media while making mass arrests around the world. 10 days of communication darkness would follow with documentaries shown about the fall of the cabal over the new Starlink satellite system on TV, phones, and computers. All would end on Sunday, November 16th, 2025 evening. We would awake Monday morning, 17th of November, to a whole new world, politics, health, education, money system of the global currency reset. And Thursday, November 6th, we have a link. Surprise Supreme Court victory. Riots will erupt. Thursday, November 6th, Operation Mockingbird. The CIA lied to you this whole time. Thursday, November 6th, profits over lives. U.S. corporations and the Nazis. Forgotten history. Thursday, November 6th, truth about the Gulf of Tonkin incident. Forgotten history. Global Financial System, Thursday, November 6, 2025. QFS features and functions. There is no legal payment in QFS. Banks have no control anymore. Banks are already obsolete. QFS ends corruption, bribery, cryptocurrency, GPS, and manipulation in the banking system and the central banking system. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Thursday, November 6th, Mark Z. Alex Jones reported that China will no longer send silver to London. This means when the London market runs out of silver, they're toast and silver shoots up. Restored Republic. Thursday, November 6th, Scott, Brunswick. Gitmo is overflowing. New high security facilities in northern Canada, Greenland, and remote island zones are being outfitted with electromagnetic shielding and drone exclusion perimeters. Many detainees are now held in underground transit hubs beneath major bases where they undergo financial and intelligence debriefs. The data from these interrogations, banking trails, asset maps, global networks, is being compiled by quantum forensic systems to feed upcoming tribunal sessions. Meanwhile, the quantum financial system is advancing in stealth. In Singapore and Tokyo, hidden banking nodes are now live, mirroring transactional flows through encrypted microtests. Each network interruption on legacy systems signals another handover to QFS control. Gold reserves are being relocated under armed escort through remote routes, while dormant vaults tied to the old monetary cabal are being drained. The slow technical outages seen in central banks are not errors. They are controlled disconnections. The current government is not reopening. What's coming next is something entirely new, the New Republic. This isn't just a political shift. It's a foundational transformation. The old system has run its course, and the structures built on corruption, deception, and control are being dismantled piece by piece. When the New Republic emerges, it will operate under truth, transparency, and constitutional law for the people. Thursday, November 6, India's digital ID system has become a warning to the world. Over 1 billion people were forced into a biometric program that linked food, healthcare, and pensions to one ID, with devastating results. Hackers stole identities, families starved, and the elderly lost denied rations because the system failed. Your favorite president on Telegram.
The Gold's Gym locker room scandal just took a shocking new turn. The person at the center of it all has been revealed to have a serious criminal past. According to media reports, before transitioning, this individual was known as Grant Freeman. In 2022, he pleaded guilty in Ohio to domestic assault that caused serious injury to a partner. After serving his sentence, he transitioned and took his ex-partner's name, Alexis. Yes, the same person who now insists on entering women's locker rooms claiming they have every right to be there is the same person once convicted of serious domestic violence. Yet when women speak up and say they feel unsafe, they're the ones silenced, banned, and labeled as intolerant. Remember the woman who lost her Gold's Gym membership? She simply voiced her concern and got removed for it. Now this story has gone viral. One side supports the gym's inclusivity policy, while the other, mostly women, just want to feel safe. If even people with serious criminal backgrounds can freely enter women's spaces, then maybe something in the system is broken.
Thursday, November 6th, President Trump had a message for Nancy Pelosi following her retirement announcement. Great thing for America. She was evil, corrupt, and focused on bad things for our country. I'm honored she impeached me twice and failed twice. Thursday, November 6th, we have a link. Nonprofits plot to instruct non-citizens how to vote for Mamdani uncovered. Thursday, November 6th, Tory says show never-ending story of Obama. 9/11 files. The CIA's secret mission gone wrong. Episode 1. This is all YouTube. 9/11 files. The cover-up commission. Episode 2. 9/11 files, they could have stopped it, episode 3. The 9/11 files, from cover-up to conspiracy, episode 4. And the 9/11 files, from tragedy to tyranny, episode 5. Tuesday, December 1st, 2020. Obama Biden CIA Director Gina Haspel evidently arrested for espionage. Voter fraud before it's news. Evidently, Barack Obama has been arrested in Hawaii and charged with espionage, according to an announcement by Assistant Attorney General for National Security John C. Demers on Saturday, November 28th. That same day, Obama's former VP Joe Biden began wearing a boot that could hide an ankle bracelet, although he claimed the boot was due to an ankle injury. 2 weeks ago, CIA Director Gina Haspel was captured and detained on charges of election fraud, said to be spilling the beans on Obama and Biden. Obama, Biden, and Haspel were suspected of colluding with foreign powers, including the Chinese Communist Party, plus promoting the use of election fraud to put the socialist-leaning and compromised Biden-Harris ticket in power, overtake the U.S. government, and establish a new world order. Obama's complaint alleged that the former U.S. president compromised U.S. security by conspiring with a business partner and former CIA agent to give U.S. government classified information to high-up Chinese intelligence officials in the People's Republic of China. Biden was reported to be under house arrest for compromising U.S. security by conspiring with a foreign power to interfere with the U.S. election. Although Biden was quite upfront about his voter fraud on national TV, saying right before the election that he had compiled the most extensive voter fraud organization in the history of politics. Biden's son Hunter's laptop was said to contain evidence that Biden was compromised, having accepted millions of dollars from China, the Ukraine, and other countries during his years in public office, including his 8 years of serving as Vice President of the U.S. A Sunday, November 22nd report showed Joe Biden stole $140 million from U.S. Treasury and transferred it to his personal account in the Cayman Islands. Report shows Joe Biden stole $140 million from U.S. federal Treasury and transferred the money to Rosemont Seneca, purportedly for bank bailouts, and then to his personal account in the Cayman Islands. Months before the election, the Ukraine had issued a warrant on Biden for his dealings there, news which, like everything else, connected to the Democrat cabal, never made it to the left-wing mass media headlines, were said connected to an extensive investigation of massive voter fraud issues centering around Dominion Company servers and the 2020 presidential election that Biden claimed to have won. On November 7th, 2020, the Saturday after elections, CIA Director Gina Haspel was captured and detained for election fraud. She was injured by U.S. Spec Ops forces that raided a Frankfurt, Germany CIA server farm site. Unfortunately, 5 U.S. soldiers and one of the CIA mercenaries were killed in the firefight. Haspel, evidently in Frankfurt to protect server data that would incriminate deep state leaders such as Obama and Biden, was said to be cooperating to lessen her own sentence and revealing information about an extensive voter fraud scam perpetrated by Democrats in the 2020 election. The military raid captured Dominion voting servers, which were found to have swung votes from Trump to Biden from their locations in Germany, Canada, and Spain. Simultaneous raids took place in Toronto, Dominion Voting System headquarters, in Barcelona, Spain, another CIA Seidel server farm used in the election vote switching fraud. Although you would never hear about it in today's mass media, the connections were obviously there. George Soros was head of the board of directors for Dominion. Since the November 3rd election, a boatload of evidence has come forth around George Soros-owned CIA-developed Dominion voting machines that tabulated the U.S. election results. The tabulation was done on easily compromised servers in Germany, Canada, and Spain, which were hooked up to the internet. The Dominion programs were said to be designed to throw millions of Trump votes to Biden. In 2002 to 2004, a Hammer supercomputer scorecard app vote-switching algorithm software on Dominion machines was borrowed from the CIA to be used in Venezuelan developed Smartmatic vote-switching software by dictator Hugo Chavez and Venezuelan military officers in order to rig elections. On Saturday morning, November 28th, Obama's criminal complaint was unsealed by Demers, U.S. Attorney for the District of Hawaii, Kenji M. Price, Assistant Director of the FBI's Counterintelligence Division, Alan E. Kohler Jr., Special Agent in charge of the FBI's Honolulu Field Office, Eli S. Miranda. A judge has imposed a media blackout in the U.S. on news about the arrest, but Canadian outlets like Conservative Beaver and a couple of Spanish-speaking newspapers were not subject to those rules and have reported on the high-profile arrest. Under direction of General Michael Flynn, mass arrests were continuing on over 209,000 sealed indictments filed in federal courts across the nation since President Trump took office on Wednesday, November 25th. Flynn began executing high-level arrests overseas and was presently after pedophiles in the Netherlands, the New World Order and Council of Foreign Relations headquarters, where recently a lot of planes have mysteriously crashed. Henry Kissinger and others have been ousted from the Council of Foreign Relations. Military rendition flights were all over the U.S. It was said that hundreds of treasonous actors were being extracted, put onto flights, and interrogated until they turned, with an emphasis on finding evidence of voter fraud. These military flights were increasing in preparation for potential Antifa violence and RV release security. For years, Democratic Party and some Republican political elites apparently have been working in cooperation with the Chinese and other communist parties to overthrow the U.S. government and set up a new world order. Trump and the White Hats of the alliance set up the 2020 presidential election as a sting to catch these bad guys in treason, with intelligence gathered by the Kraken. The Kraken was the nickname of the 305th Battalion Military Intelligence Corps located at Fort Huachuca, Arizona. It provided electronic warfare and signals intelligence SIGINT. The 305th, consisting of 6 companies, HHC, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, and Echo. On Wednesday morning, November 4th, right after the election, the Department of Defense 305th Battalion and NSA began recording real-time fraud evidence of vote switching from all 6 battleground states. Real-time digital evidence would now be used to prosecute all deep staters involved in election and voter fraud, including Obama, Biden, and Haspel. Page 9 of Sidney Powell's federal lawsuits filed in Georgia and Michigan, midnight Wednesday, the 25th of November 2020. The Dominion software was accessed by agents acting on behalf of China and Iran in order to monitor and manipulate elections, including the most recent U.S. general election in 2020. On Tuesday, November 1st, Lieutenant General McInerney tweeted, "It is treason. They are trying to overturn this government." What we think we know as of Thursday, November 6, 2025. Democrats refused to open the U.S. government, used the shutdown to rig the November 2025 elections. CCP rigged New York mayoral election as New York falls to socialists or communists. In October 2025, Secret Service uncovered micro-bugging devices buried in the White House. And Supreme Court challenges Trump's right to defend America's economy. Impeachment filed on Democrat Chief Judge Boasberg for weaponizing DOJ to spy on Republicans. In October 2025, the Secret Service uncovered dozens of ultra-advanced microbugs, smaller than a nose hair, buried deep in the West Wing in Caroline Leavitt's office at the White House. Global financial system, Tuesday, November 4th, code red. Fed injects $37 billion in days. Biggest money printing event since 2020. Wednesday, November 5th, quantum financial system fully activated. November 2nd, 2025. QFS, the unbreachable Patriot Fortress, obliterating cabal fiat chains forever. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. Patriots, drop everything. The quantum financial system is no longer a whisper. It's the roaring engine of global liberation. Live and devouring deep state control grids right now. Fused with Elon code and GCR RV blasts. QFS is the White Hat's quantum hammer, smashing centuries of financial enslavement. QFS exposed quantum tech that ends the Fed's reign of terror. Built on Starlink's orbital quantum network, QFS operates beyond corrupt banks, using AI supercomputers and unbreakable encryption to track every stolen dollar since Jekyll Island. Quantum ledgers, every transaction etched in eternal code. No fakes. No inflation scams. Gold-backed core. Trillions in reclaimed assets. Gold, silver resources. Backing your wealth. Override SWIFT, IRS, and global chokeholds. Funds teleport globally in nanoseconds. Elon code plugs you in. Biometrics unlock your QFS account. Pulling RV reveals GCR transfers and restitution waves straight to your ledger. QFS weapons deployed against the swamp. Theft reversal scans your life for sabotage. Overcharges, debt traps. Suppressed credits. Calculates reparations to the penny. Debt annihilation. Mortgages? Poof. Student loans? Erase. Taxes refunded with interest. RV, GCR fusion. Dinar Dong Zim explode in QFS vaults. Your holdings multiply. 1,000 becomes 1 million plus in quantum credits. First, QFS warriors confirm. Accounts swelling with quantum patriot credits. Redeem for cash, metals, or crypto. Seizure proof. How QFS shields and empowers you. Quantum entanglement detects interference. Cabal hacks trigger instant lockdowns on their assets. White Hat Guardians monitor from bunkers. Nisar Jasar protocols embedded. Humanitarian funds flood communities. Starving elite wars. This isn't a system, it's divine justice coded in light speed tech. Activation alert. Your QFS portal awaits. Invites hitting hard. QFS quantum access granted. Verify now. Face, voice scan, damage file upload. Tier lock. Millionaire boost for verified victims. No invite. QFS AI sweeps are hunting. Your red-pilled footprint flags you for auto-enrollment. The Cabal's doomsday. QFS is their extinction event. Rerouting to patriots who held the line. Irreversible, unstoppable, biblical. QFS plus Elon code equals your empire reborn. Patriots enter the quantum age. The financial apocalypse favors the awake. Restored Republic. Wednesday, November 5th. Global military escalation. Gitmo at full capacity as Trump prepares emergency broadcast and activates the Quantum Command Network. The White House on Telegram. Across continents, covert military and intelligence cells are dismantling the last pillars of global control. In Europe, joint raids have struck data centers in Frankfurt, Vienna, and Zurich, sites long used to store elite digital vaults and off-ledger accounts. Servers, routers, and cryptographic keys are being seized in silence. No headlines, no photos, just empty rooms by morning. In Africa, alliance-backed proxy units are isolating mineral network hubs in Cameroon and the DRC. Cobalt, lithium, and rare earth routes, once controlled by globalist financiers, are being cut and redirected to sovereign oversight. In the Pacific, marine task forces are intercepting deep sea corridors, once used by black ships carrying contraband and intelligence cargo. 2 vessels near the Philippines were neutralized in recent nights and redirected to secure bays in Guam and Diego Garcia. Meanwhile, the quantum financial system is advancing in stealth. In Singapore and Tokyo, hidden banking nodes are now live, mirroring transactional flows through encrypted microtests. Each network interruption on legacy systems signals another handover to QFS control. Gold reserves are being relocated under armed escort through remote routes, while dormant vaults tied to the old monetary cabal are being drained. The slow technical outages seen in central banks are not errors. They're controlled disconnections. At the borders, tactical operations continue. In Texas, Arizona, and New Mexico, mixed units of federal and military agents are neutralizing infiltration corridors. Ground radar exposes ancient tunnels, once used for trafficking and covert transfers. Micro-implosive charges collapse them internally, concealing the mission from public view. Cartel remnants are being encircled, some captured alive, others eliminated. It is an open war, but a silent one fought in the shadows. Gitmo is overflowing. New high-security facilities in northern Canada, Greenland, and remote island zones are being outfitted with electromagnetic shielding and drone exclusion perimeters. Many detainees are now held in underground transit hubs beneath major bases, where they undergo financial and intelligence debriefs. The data from these interrogations, banking trails, asset maps, global networks, is being compiled by quantum forensic systems to feed upcoming tribunal sessions. The emergency broadcast system is in continuous rehearsal. Satellite relays, ground loops, and encrypted handshake protocols are tested daily. Brief blackouts and flickers across local grids are not random. They're dry runs. These tests ensure signal synchronization across continents when the activation order arrives. Mesh networks and backup satellites are being aligned for communication redundancy with encrypted off-grid channels already active. Deep state remnants are fighting back through sabotage and cyber warfare. In South Asia, major media conglomerate servers were wiped clean after decades of political blackmail. Epigenetic manipulation burned after drone intervention. Its data already seized. Across Europe, procurement offices tied to surveillance contracts have been infiltrated and fed false directives to collapse their coordination. What's delaying the full reveal is precision. EBS synchronization must reach perfect alignment. Cartel pockets in Central Asia and South America must be sealed. And tribunal infrastructure, legal, technical, and digital, must be verified for public broadcasts. The alliance cannot afford leaks or timing errors. Everything is in motion. Financial grids, border control, detainee logistics, and global communications have reached final convergence. The public still sees calm, but behind that calm is the largest coordinated operation in modern history.
Tomorrow I will be bringing two bills before the Senate.
Tuesday, November 4th, classified dossier. Gitmo expansion. 2 new underground wings live. Elite tribunals accelerate. Executions underway. Deep state panic as White Hats seize the night. Gitmo TV on Telegram. Patriots, the storm is here. Gitmo isn't a vacation spot. It's the blade dropping on the cabal's neck. 2 massive underground wings opened October 28, 2025, straight from Trump's Iron Command. High security vaults, quantum locked cells, 0-point interrogation grids, no escapes, no mercy, thousands of new guests inbound, CEOs, senators, Hollywood puppets, Vatican money launderers, their clones already glitching on your screens. Military tribunals aren't rumors, they're raging. Law of war manual in full force. Continuity of government overrides the swamp courts. Over 1,700 private jets seized. Hurricane lockdown? Cover for the rush. Camp Delta reinforced October 26. Ships outbound. Cells humming. EBS test greenlit. One pull of the trigger. Full exposure. Financial ledgers dumped. Biological warfare docks. Elite perp walks in 8,000. Just a side note, that latest hurricane sat over Gitmo for an extended amount of time. And Gitmo is apparently able to withstand a Category 7 hurricane. So, but it was just a suspicious move that it just sat over Guantanamo Bay like that. November surge, 300 plus indictments unsealed, under seal, treason, sedition, crimes against humanity. Nuremberg 2.0, execution silent but stacking. Insiders whisper 47 since September. No appeals, no media leaks. Jassara backbone locked, 85% global QFS tie-in. Banks crumbling, Australia, Switzerland folding. Debt erasure, algorithms firing. Your stolen wealth, quantum cards testing now. Trump's the only commander. Biden's ghost regime nullified. 2021 to 2024, executive orders shredded. White House ballroom counter sigil pulses. DC grid dead. Vatican banks choked. Brussels backups raided. London triad fracturing. Feel the quake? Wildlife fleeing Gitmo perimeter. Frequencies spiking. Remote viewers confirm. Aura shift massive. Cabal spells shattered. Their 2030 cage. Digital IDs. 5G mind traps. Obama serpents. Tagged for transport. Mayorkas treason flood. Next docket. James election witch hunt. Disbarments too soft. Gitmo gallows. Besig's Uganda echo. Global sink. Military political prisoners worldwide rising. The fertilizer machines hum. Wings fill with screams. The president commands. Justice drops like thunder. This is the Great Awakening. Miss it? Truth bombs detonating now. Wednesday, November 5th, Operation Coast to Coast, FBI and ICE expose Chinese trafficking empire worth millions. Wednesday, November 5th, FBI and ICE arrest 5,000 in Chicago raid on Sinaloa and CJNG, 4 tons of fentanyl seized. Wednesday, November 5th, 2025, presenting to you the 2025 Democrat of the Year, Ian Roberts, superintendent of Iowa's largest school district. Illegal alien, fake college degree, fake social security card, fake driver's license, illegally voted, illegal possession of firearms, $350,000 a year paid by taxpayers. All I have to say about that is wow. Tuesday, November 4th, just now, Intel dossier, November 4th, Trump's final warning to the GOP, terminate the filibuster now. Tuesday, November 4th, just in, the 14th block. Senate Democrats refuse for the 14th time to reopen government. Tuesday, November 4th, Pentagon leak. Fauci and Gates targeted for military tribunals. U.S. Army insiders confirm investigation into acts of war. Tuesday, November 4th, it's official. House files impeachment articles against Chief Judge James Boasberg, accused of weaponizing DOJ. November 5th, SCOTUS versus President Trump. Supreme Court challenges Trump's right to defend America's economy. Wednesday, November 5th, breaking overnight intel drop, deep state panic. New York City falls to socialists. Trump slashes $600 billion from deficit. FBI files burned. Supreme Court showdown begins. Wednesday, November 5th, breaking DNI Tulsi Gabbard exposes massive Chinese communist plot to rig the New York City mayoral election. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard has exposed a sophisticated, massive Chinese communist plot that rigged the New York City mayoral election in favor of socialist Mamdani. The Chinese Communist government infiltrated the DS-200 ballot scanner systems manufactured by Election Systems and Software, ES&S. Tuesday, November 4th, Kash Patel's FBI arrested 2 Muslim men in Dearborn, Michigan, and were charged in a ISIS-inspired terror attack that allegedly would have involved a massacre in Detroit suburb on Halloween. Muhammad Ali of Dearborn, Michigan, and Mahed Mahmoud are accused of the plot. Wednesday, November 5th, 2025, President Trump, Fox News. Remember when the blood-sucking Democrats hired 87,000 IRS agents to hunt down the American taxpayer? It's official. Internal Revenue Service agents are now detailed to the Department of Homeland Security under an agreement between DHS Secretary Kristi Noem and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. The purpose is to provide an additional immigration enforcement manpower. These agents have been authorized under Title 8 of the U.S. Code to hunt down and apprehend criminal illegal aliens for civil violations of immigration law. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, instead of using Biden's 87,000 IRS agents to take more money from Americans, I've directed them to help taxpayers save money by assisting ICE in rounding up criminal illegal aliens for deportation. Just a side note, remember the videos coming out when they hired those 87,000 IRS agents and they were being trained to like break down doors and SWAT houses to get to seize, IRS tax funds and basically SWAT American citizens. So I guess those skills will come in handy when they're doing ICE raids. Wednesday, November 5th, Speaker Johnson is livid after discovering Democrats have filed a lawsuit against the USDA for trying to find out how many illegal immigrants are receiving welfare benefits. They actually sued the Department of Agriculture for simply asking how many illegals are enrolled in welfare programs across states like California and New York. They sued them. Can you believe that? We're working to make government more transparent and efficient for the American people. Yet Democrats keep blocking us with political stunts. No wonder Americans are frustrated. Wednesday, November 5th, Florida. DEA, FBI, and ICE raid drug cartel in Florida. 51 dirty officers exposed. $21 million seized. YouTube. Wednesday, November 5th, 5 brothers, 5 countries. $500 billion, the Rothschild strategy that lasted 210 years. Wednesday, November 5th, how Wall Street built the Nazi war machine. Wednesday, November 5th, the opium fortunes, how America's elite families got rich selling drugs to China. Wednesday, November 5th, Wisconsin, ice storms Wisconsin criminal cartel, 24 arrested and victims rescued. Wednesday, November 5th, Tennessee, 2 minutes ago, massive DEA raid shakes Tennessee. Cartel leaders arrested, assets seized.
The controllers got 90% of one payment, 80 to 90% of one payment. They missed the second paycheck. On Thursday, they get an email pay stub that'll show what their next payment is going to be. So this Thursday, they'll get an email that shows that their pay stub is a big fat zero. Many of the controllers said, a lot of us can navigate missing one paycheck. Not everybody, but a lot of us can. None of us can manage missing two paychecks. So if you bring us to a week from today, Democrats, you will see mass chaos, you will see mass flight delays, you'll see mass cancellations, and you may see us close certain parts of the airspace because we just cannot manage it because we don't have the air traffic controllers.
And we start with breaking news out of Washington this afternoon. The FAA just announcing that it is starting the process of reducing flight capacity by 10% in 40 major locations across the country. The reductions will start on Friday. The move is meant to reduce the stress on air traffic controllers that they say is being caused by the government shutdown. They have not received a full paycheck in weeks, and some airports have been forced into lengthy delays due to air traffic controller shortages. We don't yet know which locations will see the reduction in capacity. That is expected to come out sometime tomorrow.
Wednesday, November 5th, hundreds of millions of dollars go missing again in California. Emergency broadcast channel on Telegram. Records are requested from California Democrats on where the money went. You'll never guess what happens next. They refuse. Hundreds of millions of dollars of our public pensions have gone missing. The state took $468 million from California cops, firefighters, teachers, and handed it to a secret green energy fund. On March 31st of this year, it was found that this fund is now worth $138 million. Play that back. $468 million now worth $138 million? 71% of that money is gone. When reporters asked CalPERS which companies failed, CalPERS said that's a trade secret. Translation is, we lost your money and you're not allowed to know how. Meanwhile, Wall Street walked away with $22 million in fees. Every dollar missing from that fund, we are now going to have to cover in higher taxes. Bottom line, your taxes aren't helping pensions. Your taxes are funding all of the money CalPERS has gambled away. And you know who has gone questionably silent? Oh yeah, our Governor Gavin Newsom. This is the person that you trust with this whole redistricting scheme that's going to cut counties like Fresno County into 6 different districts. That is nothing but a partisan power grab, where small cities are split up into 3 districts. For why? This is nothing but a microcosm of the corruption that is rife within our Democratic-led government. Wednesday, November 5th, Hillary Clinton, John Podesta, the Clinton Foundation, and Uranium One. Is Hillary Clinton the most corrupt politician in U.S. history since Lyndon B. Johnson? 20% of U.S. uranium went to the Russians. $145 million to the Clinton Foundation. $35 million to John Podesta. A U.S. interagency committee, including the State Department, in which Hillary Clinton was the head of, approved Rosatom's 2010 acquisition of Uranium One, a Canadian firm with U.S. mining rights. John Podesta was on the board of a company called Joule Unlimited, who held some of the rights, in which he received a total of $33 million from the deal. The Clinton Foundation received $145 million from Uranium One investors like Frank Gustra, who also just happens to sit on the board of the Clinton Foundation and runs the Radcliffe Foundation, which donates large amounts to the Clinton Initiative and other charities. Frank Gustra is also the founder of Lionsgate Entertainment, a major film production studio in Hollywood, and has extensive ties to third world countries, Haiti, etc., through not only the Radcliffe Foundation and the Clinton Foundation, but an organization called the Alpida Project. The Alpida Project, which funds and facilitates mass migration in Europe, also has connections to foster children from all over the world and just happens to use an almost exact match to an FBI-confirmed pedo symbol for their organization's official logo. Bill Clinton and Frank Guster are known to be good friends, not only working together in each other's projects and foundations, but flying all over the world while Hillary was in office, selling access to the administration through pay-to-play politics and the Clinton Foundation. This is how the money was moved. You want access, you make a charitable donation. This is just one way and layer to how they make and move their money. These people are all connected. They all benefit from their dealings, not you, not America themselves. A massive network of dark money through money laundering, pay-to-play politics, child trafficking, drug trafficking, and you ain't in it. You don't want to be either. Do the Clintons, especially Hillary Clinton, take the title of being the most corrupt politicians in history? Here is Patriot Street Fighter, and I believe he's on Rumble, probably YouTube as well, talking about Uranium One and the 16-year plan and how HRC was going to use Uranium One and what they did with it to bring about the 16-year plan, this nuclear war that was supposed to take place.
What happened was the military intelligence intercepted a 16-year plan by the cabal to take down the United States. 8 years of Obama and then 8 years of Hillary Clinton to finish us off. Obama took us to the brink. We were basically over the edge. Hillary was mop-up operations. And I'm going to get down through some of the timeline of events that you're aware of that I can tie into this so you can understand. You've seen it unfold. You just didn't know what it meant until tonight. At any point, when Hillary Clinton was going to come into power, the NSA unrigged the election. It was already rigged for Hillary Clinton to win. She was mop-up operations. During the time of her running the State Department, you know about Uranium One. Uranium One was a scandal where the State Department under Hillary Clinton, Vladimir Putin, which is bullshit, he's not our enemy. In any case, they sold this uranium to Vladimir Putin. The purpose for selling him that uranium was they skimmed the uranium off the top of that stockpile. If you ever seen the movie The Sum of All Fears with Ben Affleck, Morgan Freeman, you'll understand this. If you haven't, go watch it and you'll get it. They skimmed uranium off of that stockpile before they sold it to him. They flew 3 planes to North Korea, Iran, and Syria, where the CIA, the rogue CIA, responsible for all the wars and all the regime changes around the world, they built nuclear weapons. Under Hillary's tenure, they were going to launch a nuclear weapon on U.S. soil, and they were going to trace the signature back to the Vladimir Putin stockpile, blame him, launch a thermonuclear retaliatory strike on Moscow, and kick the whole thing off. That was going to be their whole thin the herd on the planet. Now, military intelligence stopped that. Of course, they approached Donald Trump. They knew he couldn't be bought. They knew he had his own money. They knew he was a patriot. And they needed, for the first time, they needed to have the power of the executive branch to take this down a final step to launch a massive attack on the deep state power structure and bring the whole thing down once and for all. Save the country, save the world.
Monday, October 27th, Speaker Mike Johnson just confirmed what every American already felt in their gut. The government shutdown wasn't chaos, it was strategy. Democrats met behind closed doors and chose pain. They weaponized suffering to empower Marxist extremists and cripple the nation from within. Behind the speeches and sound bites, a deal was struck in silence. Schumer and his operatives decided that hurting Americans was the most effective political weapon they had left. They didn't miscalculate, they planned it. Johnson revealed the words that echo like confession. They sat in a back room and made the calculation they'd rather shut the government down and impose pain on the American people. That is not leadership, that is treason masked as politics. According to Johnson, this entire operation was built on a simple lie. that the radicals matter more than the workers who built this country. The Marxists, the far left, and the base are more active than hardworking Americans. That single admission reveals everything. The Democratic Party no longer serves the people. It serves a revolution, one that thrives on crisis and grows through destruction, leveraged through suffering, the core of the Marxist playbook. A leaked quote from their own operatives says it all. Every day gets better for us. We'll use the pain for leverage. This is not governance. It is a psychological warfare. And the lie goes deeper. The funding resolution Democrats blocked was a clean CR, the same budget they already voted for months ago. Nothing changed except their agenda. If it wasn't about money, then what was it about? Control? The chaos is deliberate, the suffering is tactical. While they pretend to fight for the poor, they are crushing the system to force obedience. A nation exhausted, divided, and broke is easier to control than a free one. The fallout is real. Hundreds of thousands of federal workers are going unpaid. SNAP benefits are frozen for 1 in 8 Americans. Air traffic systems are collapsing under staffing shortages. Morale across the country is sinking as inflation rises and security fades. This isn't mismanagement, it's method, a government held hostage from within, the kind of internal sabotage that precedes collapse. And yet, through all the noise, one figure still stands between the people and the abyss. Donald J. Trump. No backroom betrayal, no deals with radicals, just direction, clarity, and resolve. While others sell the country for political gain, he holds the line for those who still believe in law, order, and America itself. This is not a partisan fight anymore. It's a survival test. The enemy is not across the ocean. It is inside the chamber. These are not mistakes of policy. They are acts of intent. The suffering of a nation turned into currency for a political cult that feeds on division. We're under attack from within. They are not incompetent. They are malicious. The hour is late. The patriots, the workers, the defenders of truth, all must stand. Because the ballot box may be our last weapon before the storm moves beyond control. This is not about left or right anymore. It's about light and dark. And now the mask has fallen.
They had one job.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note. Thursday, November 7, 2025. Trump's final warning to Democrats: terminate the filibuster, or lose the Republic. Gitmo TV on Telegram. The night of Wednesday, 6th of November, 2025, President Trump's ultimatum echoed through Washington like the final bell before a storm. For 3 years the government has stood frozen, no laws passed, no borders secured, no justice served, only endless political theater while America bleeds. Now Trump has drawn the red line. Terminate the filibuster now, he wrote, or hand our nation to the radical left. This isn't a request. It's an order from the man who built the movement that changed history. Trump's words carry the weight of urgency and prophecy. He knows the game is rigged through endless obstruction, the filibuster being the weapon Democrats have used to crush every America First policy. Without ending it, the GOP will walk into the 2028 elections in chains, unable to act, while the radical left continues to rewrite the laws, the culture, and the Constitution itself. Behind Trump's fury lies strategy. He exposed the exact plan of the enemy: to pack the Supreme Court, add new states, create 4 new Democrat senators, and secure power forever. If the GOP hesitates again, this will be the last free election America ever sees. Trump reminded everyone that Democrats already tried to end the filibuster once, and next time, they won't ask. The time for polite politics is over. What he's offering isn't negotiation, it's dominance. End the shutdown, erase the obstacles, and pass every policy that was promised to the American people. Strong borders, fair elections, protection of women's sports, tax and energy reform, the full defense of the Second Amendment, everything the left fought to block will pass in a single wave. We will be the party that cannot be beaten, Trump declared, the smart party. The choice is no longer political. It's existential. Either the Republicans find their courage and break the chain, or the chain will break the Republic. History will remember what happens next, the event. Be possible timing. The event will be global and irreversible. Monday, November 3, 2025. Global ignition phase. QFS nodes were stabilizing under gold-backed parity while Starlink began aligning communication grids for full system override. EBS, Emergency Broadcast System, PREPS. Trump oversees from Mar-a-Lago War Room. Military begins to escort Tier 4B holders to centers. Friday, November 7, 2025, Communication Blackout. 10 Days of Darkness Protocol activates. All media frequencies will be seized and rerouted through the emergency broadcast system. Traditional television, radio, and online platforms will fall silent as Starlink takes command. Evidence of corruption, hidden tribunals, secret programs, and the full collapse of the Fiat empire. The documentaries prepared under military supervision will expose everything the cabal built in darkness. Names, operations, financial trails, all revealed through quantum evidence stored since 2020. Banking networks have already begun limited shutdowns in Europe and the United States. Central servers are being mirrored onto the quantum grid. Every hidden fund and false reserve is being indexed for public audit once the blackout ends. Behind the curtain, governments are surrendering. Negotiations for peaceful transition are underway in over 50 nations as QFS Command assumes control of state liquidity. The era of debt-based governance is finished. On Monday 10th of November, Tier 4B notified of how to schedule exchange/redemption appointments. Sunday 16th of November, 2025, when the blackout lifts, humanity will awaken to a system cleansed of manipulation, powered by truth, and guided by divine law. On Monday, November 17, 2025, end of 10 Days of Darkness. Jazara Core Pillars, the Red Pill Blueprint Q Drop 4414, the storm is upon us. Jazara activates in phases. 209 nations sign Paris Accord trap, now flip to freedom. 1. Debt Jubilee, all debts wiped. Mortgages, loans, credit cards, zeroed. IRS abolished. Taxes. Only sales on new items. No income theft. 3. QFS activation, unhackable quantum servers. Cheyenne Mountain, Reno, Texas hubs. Biometric access. Your account preloaded with redemption funds. 4. Nizara Fusion, America leads. Forgives farm debts. Restores Constitution. Ends Fed stranglehold. Trump's kill command, implementation locked. Monday, November 3, 2025, EBS, Emergency Broadcast System, PREPS. Trump oversees from Mar-a-Lago War Room. Military escorts Tier 4B holders to centers. Redemption Protocol, ZIM bonds, $100 trillion caps redeem at $125 plus per holder. Funds humanitarian projects, no speculation. Tier 1 to 3, banks/govs paid out October. Tier 4A/B, Internet Group, notified 72 hours post EBS. 800 hash releases, call, schedule. NDA ironclad. 21 days to redeem. Suppress tech drops, medbeds rollout. Replicators and scarcity. Free energy crushes oil cabals. Cabal takedown, vaults rated Q drop 34, Castle Rock. White Hat storm, Vatican, $34 trillion seized. London, $500 trillion, Pentagon, $2 lakh. 80% dark funds redirected to we the people. Gitmo overflows, 500K plus indictments. Execution silent. Clones glitch out. BRICS rebellion, Russia/China Goldstandard. Iraq dinar RV at $3.71 plus. No more IMF slavery. Inflation apocalypse reversed food/fuel prices crash post RV. Abundance floods. Middle class. Trillions injected. Elite hordes redistributed. Political purge, election fraud exposed. 2020 stolen, reversed. Trump reinstated. Q says, the best is yet to come. Surveillance smash, no more digital chains. QFS tracks every transaction, but only cabal theft. Privacy for patriots. CBDC. Deep state trap, rejected. Stay frosty. Monitor calms. Redemption imminent. Eyes wide. Share this dossier. The golden age dawns now. Storm unleashed. Victory is ours. D. What we think we know. This of Friday, November 7, 2025, on Monday, November 3, 2025, and as Q drop 4414 said, The storm is upon us. Jazara began activating in phases for the 209 nations which signed the Paris Accord trap and were now flipped to freedom. And a debt jubilee where all debts were wiped, mortgages, loans and credit cards zeroed out. In the US the IRS would be abolished, with no tax on income and taxes on the sale of new items only. On Friday, November 7, 2025, the Global Military Alliance would take over the major fake news media while making mass arrests around the world. 10 days of communication darkness would follow, with documentaries shown about the fall of the cabal over the new Starlink satellite system on TV, phones and computers. All would end on Sunday, 16th of November, 2025 evening. We would awake Monday morning, November 17, 2025, to a whole new world: politics, health, education and money system of the global currency reset. Global currency reset. Warning. Without my permission, someone, or ones, have put up over 80 platforms on Telegram under my picture and name of Judy Byington. I do not have a Telegram platform. I do not set up quantum financial accounts. On Saturday, 13th of September, 2025, in that Byington platform chat 6226, it said that I was offering to set up quantum financial accounts for people. This is a scam, likely by the deep state cabal to confiscate your money. Warning. On Telegram there are several sites that advertise you can get a quantum account with money in it if you pay them so much $. I was told over $2,000, that is a complete scam. Don't do it. As I understand it, quantum financial accounts will be set up for you for free when you go to your appointment at an official redemption center, notification of which will be sent to everyone after the EBS goes off. If you are a victim of the TRB Trump products scam or any scam on Telegram, I recommend you document and notarize your experience, including your contact information, retain a copy and then send the original by regular mail to Alan Garten, General Counsel to the Trump Organization, The Trump Organization, 725 Fifth Avenue, 26th FL, New York, United States. Judy note, it is my personal opinion, and I could easily be wrong, that when we hear the EBS go off with the sound of 7 trumpets, we can soon expect to receive several messages on our cell phones generated from the new Starlink satellite system. One of those messages should contain information about how to gain a redemption center appointment. Those who don't have foreign currency to exchange will use their appointment to set themselves up for banking. Thursday, November 6, 2025. Gentle reporting window is anytime now till the 13th. Best possibly case that they could send out notifications tonight. They are putting military in place to ensure safety. Thursday, November 6, 2025. TNT, IMF says 99% will happen Friday, November 7, 2025. Thursday, November 6, 2025. Bruce the Big Call. A couple of sources said Friday, 7th of November was in play for Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, notification. One said that twos. WED. 11 to 12 November was also a possibility. Others said we could get notification over the weekend. Redemption centers will have better rates than the bank, and you cannot redeem ZIM at a bank. Two separate sources said President Trump will make an announcement on Thanksgiving Day about the QFS and we're on asset-backed USN currency. Doge payments of $200,000 to $495,000, based on your age, will kick in when we start exchanges. They go to citizens as direct deposits. R&R should come out 1 to 2 days before Thanksgiving as direct deposit. Global Financial System, Thursday, November 6, 2025. QFS features and functions. There is no legal payment in QFS. Banks have no control anymore. Banks are already obsolete. QFS ends corruption, bribery, cryptocurrency, GPS and manipulation in the banking system and the central banking system. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Thursday, November 6, 2025. Marks, Alex Jones reported that China will not longer send silver to London. This means when the London market runs out of silver, their toast and silver shoots up. Restored Republic. Thursday, November 6, 2025. Scott Brunswick. Gitmo is overflowing. New high-security facilities in northern Canada, Greenland, and remote island zones are being outfitted with electromagnetic shielding and drone exclusion perimeters. Many detainees are now held in underground transit hubs beneath major bases, where they undergo financial and intelligence debriefs. The data from these interrogations, banking trails, asset maps, global networks, is being compiled by quantum forensic systems to feed upcoming tribunal sessions. Meanwhile, The quantum financial system is advancing in stealth. In Singapore and Tokyo, hidden banking nodes are now live, mirroring transactional flows through encrypted microtests. Each network interruption on legacy systems signals another handover to QFS control. Gold reserves are being relocated under armed escort through remote routes, while dormant vaults tied to the old monetary cabal are being drained. The slow technical outages seen in central banks are not errors, they are controlled disconnections. The current government is not reopening. What's coming next is something entirely new, the New Republic. This isn't just a political shift, it's a foundational transformation. The old system has run its course, and the structures built on corruption, deception, and control are being dismantled piece by piece. When the New Republic emerges, it will operate under truth, transparency, and constitutional law for the people, by the people. Thursday, November 6, 2025, India's digital ID system has become a warning to the world. Over 1 billion people were forced into a biometric program that linked food, healthcare, and pensions to one ID. With devastating results. Hackers stole identities, families starved, and the elderly lost their benefits. Thursday, November 6, 2025, President Trump had a message for Nancy Pelosi following her retirement announcement. Great thing for America. She was evil, corrupt, and focused on bad things for our country. I'm honored she impeached me twice and failed twice. Thursday, November 6, 2025, nonprofits plot to instruct non-citizens how to vote for Mamdani uncovered. Thursday, November 6, 2025, Tor says show, never-ending story of Obama. Speaking of liberty, now that we were a couple of days away from another election, pieces of truth about voter fraud to maintain that liberty were beginning to show up, that had yet to make the mainstream media. Why? All the MSM bragged about was how Democrats swept states like New York and, shocker of all shocks, elected a socialist as mayor of New York. But, maybe not. Today, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard exposed a massive Chinese Communist Party plot that rigged the New York City mayoral race. Media Greer of the America Media Group put it this way: Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard announced the discovery of a sophisticated Chinese communist operation designed to rig the New York City mayoral election. Gabbard, appointed by Trump for her fierce independence and anti-establishment stance, detailed how the Chinese government infiltrated the DS-200 ballot scanner systems manufactured by Election Systems and Software, S&S. These scanners, deployed across NYC to alter ballot scans. Votes cast for other candidates were systematically flipped to favor Zohran Mamdani, a far-left contender, in a blatant attempt to subvert the will of the people and install a puppet sympathetic to Beijing's interests. Wednesday, 5th of November, 2025, New York. Breaking, DNI Tulsi Gabbard exposes massive Chinese communist plot to rig the NYC mayoral election in favor of Mamdani Wed. November 5, 2025, New York. Breaking overnight intel drop, deep state panic, NYC falls to socialists, Trump slashes $600 million. From deficit, FBI files burned, Supreme Court showdown begins. Then there's good old California, where Fox News did report that Trump's press secretary confirmed that the president knew about the corruption in California. Trump said, there is blatant fraud with their mail-in voting system. Fraudulent ballots are being mailed in under the names of other people and illegal aliens. There are countless examples. It's huge. Trump also weighed in on the redistricting vote in California. The unconstitutional redistricting vote in California is a giant scam in that the entire process, in particular the voting itself, is rigged. All mail-in ballots, where the Republicans in that state are shut out, is under very serious legal and criminal review. Stay tuned. A few other tidbits are surfacing, like in Chester County, Pennsylvania, that has been accused of blatant election malfeasance after accidentally not including 75,000 voters on their polling books, resulting in voters actually being turned away. Voter fraud in the U.S. has been rampant for at least the last decade, although because of the complacency of the fake news, no one knew it. The fall of our so-called free system was especially blatant in the 2020 election. The below article was written 5 years ago. Some said I was nuts. I don't think I am. Maybe these below events actually did happen. Just maybe. Twos. December 1, 2020, Obama, Biden. CIA Director Gina Haspel evidently arrested for espionage, voter fraud. Evidently Barack Obama has been arrested in Hawaii and charged with espionage according to an announcement by Assistant Attorney General for National Security, John C. Demers on Saturday 28 November. That same day Obama's former VP Joe Biden began wearing a boot that could hide an ankle bracelet, although he claimed the boot was due to an ankle injury. 2 weeks ago CIA Director Gina Haspel was captured and detained on charges of election fraud, and said to be spilling the beans on Obama and Biden. Biden and Haspel were suspected of colluding with foreign powers including the Chinese Communist Party, plus promoting the use of election fraud, to put the socialist-leaning and compromised Biden/Harris ticket in power, overtake the U.S. government, and establish a new world order. Obama's complaint alleged that the former U.S. president compromised U.S. security by conspiring with a business partner and former CIA agent to give U.S. government classified information to high-up Chinese intelligence officials in the People's Republic of China, PRC. Biden was reported to be under house arrest for compromising U.S. security by conspiring with a foreign power to interfere with a U.S. election. Although, Biden was quite upfront about his voter fraud on national TV, saying right before the election that he had compiled the most extensive voter fraud organization in the history of politics. Biden's son Hunter's laptop was said to contain evidence that Biden was compromised, having accepted millions of dollars from China, the Ukraine and other countries during his years in public office, including his 8 years of serving as Vice President of the U.S. A Sunday 22nd of November. Reports showed Joe Biden stole $140 million from U.S. Treasury and transferred it to his personal account in the Cayman Islands. Report shows Joe Biden stole $140 million from U.S. federal Treasury and transferred the dollar to Rosemont Seneca, purportedly for bank bailouts, and then to his personal account in the Cayman Islands. Months before the election, the Ukraine had issued a warrant on Biden for his dealings there, news which, like everything else connected to the Democrat cabal, never made it to the left-wing mass media headlines. Haspel's, Obama's and Biden's alleged arrests were said connected to an extensive investigation of massive voter fraud issues centering around Dominion Company servers and the 2020 presidential election that Biden claimed to have won. On 7th of November, 2020, the Saturday after elections, CIA Director Gina Haspel was captured and detained for election fraud. She was injured by U.S. Spec Ops forces that raided a Frankfurt, Germany CIA server farm site. Unfortunately, 5 U.S. soldiers and 1 of the CIA mercenaries were killed in the firefight. Haspel, evidently in Frankfurt to protect server data that would incriminate deep state leaders such as Obama and Biden, was said to be cooperating to lessen her own sentence and revealing information about an extensive voter fraud scam perpetrated by Democrats in the 2020 election. The military raid captured Dominion voting servers, which were found to have swung votes from Trump to Biden from their locations in Germany, Canada, and Spain. Simultaneous raids took place in Toronto, Dominion voting system headquarters, and Barcelona, Spain, another CIA site server farm used in the election vote switching fraud. Although you would never hear about it in today's mass media, the connections were obviously there. George Soros was head of the board of directors for Dominion. Since the November 3rd election, a boatload of evidence has come forth around George Soros-owned, CIA-developed Dominion voting machines that tabulated the U.S. election results. The tabulation was done on easily compromised servers in Germany, Canada and Spain, which were hooked up to the Internet. The Dominion programs were said to be designed to throw millions of Trump votes to Biden. In 2002 to 2004, a Hammer supercomputer scorecard app vote switching algorithm software on Dominion machines was borrowed from the CIA to be used in Venezuela and developed Smartmatic vote switching software by dictator Hugo Chavez and Venezuelan military officers in order to rig elections. On Saturday morning, 28th of November, Obama's criminal complaint was unsealed by Demers, U.S. Attorney for the District of Hawaii Kenji M. Price, Assistant Director of the FBI's Counterintelligence Division Alan E. Kohler Jr., and Special Agent in charge of the FBI's Honolulu Field Office Eli S. Miranda. A judge has imposed a media blackout in the U.S. on news about the arrest, but Canadian outlets like Conservative Beaver and a couple of Spanish speaking newspapers were not subject to those rules and have reported on the high-profile arrest. Under direction of General Michael Flynn, mass arrests were continuing on over 209,000 sealed indictments filed in federal courts across the nation since President Trump took office. On Wednesday, 25th of November, Flynn began executing high-level arrests overseas and was presently after pedophiles in the Netherlands, the New World Order and Council of Foreign Relations headquarters, where recently, a lot of planes have mysteriously crashed. Henry Kissinger and others have been ousted from the Council of Foreign Relations. Military rendition flights were all over the U.S. It was said that hundreds of treasonous actors were being extracted, put onto flights and interrogated until they turned, with an emphasis on finding evidence of voter fraud. These military flights were increasing in preparation for potential Antifa violence and RV release security. For years, Democratic Party and some Republican political elites apparently have been working in cooperation with the Chinese and other communist parties to overthrow the U.S. government and set up a new world order. Trump and the White Hats of the alliance set up the 2020 presidential election as a sting to catch these bad guys in treason, with intelligence gathered by the Kraken. The Kraken was the nickname of the 305th Battalion Military Intelligence Corps located at Fort Huachuca, Oz. It provided electronic warfare and signals intelligence, SIGINT. The 305th, consisting of 6 companies, HHC, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, and Echo. On Wednesday morning, 4th of November, right after the election, the Department of Defense, 305th Battalion and NSA began recording real-time fraud evidence of vote switching from all 6 battleground states, GA, PA, MI, Y, Oz, NV, in a blockchain tech ledger that was unhackable and undeletable. This real-time digital evidence would now be used to prosecute all deep staters involved in election and voter fraud, including Obama, Biden, and Haspel. Page 9 of Sidney Powell's federal lawsuits filed in Georgia and Michigan. Midnight Wednesday, 25th of November, 2020. The Dominion software was accessed by agents acting on behalf of China and Iran in order to monitor and manipulate elections, including the most recent U.S. general election in 2020. On Tuesday, 1st of November, Lieutenant General McInerney tweeted, "It is treason. They are trying to overturn this government. A possible timing, the Golden Age ignition, stand by for transmission, Julian Assange." The countdown to Friday, November 7, 2025 has begun. The blackout will not bring fear, it will bring freedom. The Golden Age starts the moment the lights go out. The detonation sequence from November 3 has triggered the global ignition phase. QFS nodes are stabilizing under gold-backed parity while Starlink begins aligning communication grids for full system override. The old world is running on borrowed seconds. Classified military bulletins confirm that the 10 Days of Darkness protocol will officially activate on November 7. During that window, all media frequencies will be seized and rerouted through the emergency broadcast system. Traditional television, radio, and online platforms will fall silent as Starlink takes command. The purpose is not suppression. It is revelation. For the first time in modern history, humanity will witness uncensored truth broadcasts, evidence of corruption, hidden tribunals, secret programs, and the full collapse of the fiat empire. Banking networks have already begun limited shutdowns in Europe and the United States. Central servers are being mirrored onto the quantum grid. Every hidden fund and false reserve is being indexed for public audit once the blackout ends. Behind the curtain, governments are surrendering. Negotiations for peaceful transition are underway in over 50 nations as QFS Command assumes control of state liquidity. The era of debt-based governance is finished. During the 10 days, expect silence, then light. The documentaries prepared under military supervision will expose everything the cabal built in darkness. Names, operations, financial trails, all revealed through quantum evidence stored since 2020. The event will be global and irreversible. When the blackout lifts, November 4, 2025, Code Red, Fed injects $37 billion in days. Biggest money printing event since 2020, crypto about to explode. Wednesday 5th of November, 2025, quantum financial system fully activated. November 2, 2025, QFS, the unbreachable Patriot Fortress obliterating cabal fiat chains forever. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. Patriots, drop everything. The quantum financial system, QFS, is no longer a whisper. It's the roaring engine of global liberation, live and devouring deep state control grids right now. Fused with Elon code and GCR/RV blasts, QFS is the White Hat's quantum hammer smashing centuries of financial enslavement. QFS exposed, quantum tech that ends the Fed's reign of terror built on Starlink's orbital quantum network, QFS operates beyond corrupt banks, using AI supercomputers and unbreakable encryption to track every stolen dollar since Jekyll Island. Quantum ledgers, every transaction etched in eternal code. No fakes. No inflation scams. Gold-backed core, trillions in reclaimed assets, gold, silver, resources, backing your wealth. Fiat dies screaming. Satellite dominion, Musk's SOTs override SWIFT, IRS, and globalist. Chokeholds. Funds teleport globally in nanoseconds. Elon code plugs you in, biometrics unlock your QFS account, pulling RV revals, GCR transfers, and restitution waves straight to your ledger. QFS weapons deployed against the swamp, theft reversal, scans your life. For sabotage, overcharges, debt traps, suppressed credits. Calculates reparations to the penny, student loans. Erased. Taxes. Refunded with interest, RV/GCR fusion, dinar/dong/zim explode in QFS vaults. Your holdings multiply. $1,000 becomes $1M plus in quantum credits. First QFS warriors confirm, accounts swelling with quantum patriot credits. Redeem for cash, metals, or crypto. Seizure-proof. How QFS shields and empowers you. Quantum entanglement detects interference. Cabal hacks Traeger. Instant lockdowns on their assets. White Hat Guardians monitor from bunkers. Nizara/Jazara protocols embedded. Humanitarian funds flood communities. Starving elite wars. This isn't a system. It's divine justice coded in Lightspeed Tech. Activation alert, your QFS portal awaits invites hitting hard. QFS quantum access granted. Verify now. Face/voice scan. Damage file upload. Tier lock, millionaire boosts for verified victims. No invite. QFS AI sweeps are hunting, your red-pilled footprint flags you for auto-enrollment. The Cabal's doomsday, QFS is their extinction event they hoarded while you starved. QFS reclaims it all, rerouting to patriots who held the line. Irreversible. Unstoppable. Biblical. QFS plus Elon code equals your empire reborn. Patriots, enter the quantum age. The financial apocalypse favors the awake restored republic. Wednesday, 5th of November. 2025 global military escalation, Gitmo at full capacity as Trump prepares emergency broadcast and activates the Quantum Command Network, the White House on Telegram. Across continents, covert military and intelligence cells are dismantling the last pillars of global control. In Europe, joint raids have struck data centers in Frankfurt, Vienna, and Zurich, sites long used to store elite digital vaults and off-ledger accounts. Servers, routers, and cryptographic keys are being seized in silence. No headlines, no photos, just empty rooms by morning. In Africa, alliance-backed proxy units are isolating mineral network hubs in Cameroon and the DRC. Cobalt, lithium, and rare earth routes once controlled by globalist financiers are being cut and redirected to sovereign oversight. In the Pacific, marine task forces are intercepting deep-sea corridors once used by black ships carrying contraband and intelligence cargo. 2 vessels near the Philippines were neutralized in recent nights and redirected to secure bays in Guam and Diego Garcia. Meanwhile, the quantum financial system is advancing in stealth. In Singapore and Tokyo, hidden banking nodes are now live, mirroring transactional flows through encrypted microtests. Each network interruption on legacy systems signals another handover to QFS control. Gold reserves are being relocated under armed escort through remote routes, while dormant vaults tied to the old monetary cabal are being drained. The slow technical outages seen in central banks are not errors, they are controlled disconnections. At the borders, tactical operations continue. In Texas, Arizona, and New Mexico, mixed units of federal and military agents are neutralizing infiltration corridors. Ground radar exposes ancient tunnels once used for trafficking and covert transfers. Micro-implosive charges collapse them. Internally, concealing the mission from public view. Cartel remnants are being encircled, some captured alive, others eliminated. It isn't open war, but a silent one fought in the shadows. Gitmo is overflowing. New high-security facilities in northern Canada, Greenland, and remote island zones are being outfitted with electromagnetic shielding and drone exclusion perimeters. Many detainees are now held in underground transit hubs beneath major bases, where they undergo financial and intelligence debriefs. The data from these interrogations, banking trails, asset maps, global networks, is being compiled by Quantum Forensic Systems to feed upcoming tribunal sessions. The emergency broadcast system is in continuous rehearsal. Satellite relays, ground loops, and encrypted handshake protocols are tested daily. Brief blackouts and flickers across. Local grids are not random, they're dry runs. These tests ensure signal synchronization across continents when the activation order arrives. Mesh networks and backup satellites are being aligned for communication redundancy, with encrypted off-grid channels already active. Deep state remnants are fighting back through sabotage and cyber warfare. In South Asia, a major media conglomerate's servers were wiped clean after decades of political blackmail. In Latin America, a biotech lab linked to epigenetic manipulation burned after drone intervention. Its data already seized. Across Europe, procurement offices tied to surveillance contracts have been infiltrated and fed false directives to collapse their coordination. What's delaying the full reveal is precision. EBS synchronization must reach perfect alignment, cartel pockets in. Central Asia and South America must be sealed, and tribunal infrastructure, legal, technical, and digital, must be verified for public broadcast. The alliance cannot afford leaks or timing errors. Everything is in motion. Financial grids, border control, detainee logistics, and global communications have reached final convergence. The public still sees COM, but behind that COM is the largest coordinated operation in modern history. G2's November 4, 2025 classified dossier, Gitmo expansion. 2 new underground wings live. Elite tribunals accelerate. Executions underway. Deep state panic as white hats seize the night. Gitmo TV on Telegram. Patriots, the storm is here. Gitmo isn't a vacation spot, it's the blade dropping on the cabal's neck. 2 massive underground wings opened October 28, 2025, straight from Trump's iron. Command. High-security vaults, quantum-locked cells, zero-point interrogation grids. No escapes. No mercy. Thousands of new guests inbound, CEOs, senators, Hollywood puppets, Vatican money launderers. They're clones. Already glitching on your screens. Military tribunals aren't rumors, they're raging. Law of war manual in full force. Continuity of government overrides the swamp courts. Over 1,700 private jets seized since July. Flight logs spill the poison. November surge, 300+ indictments unsealed under seal. Treason. Sedition, crimes against humanity. Nuremberg 2.0. Executions silent but stacking, insiders whisper 47 since September. No appeals. No media leaks. Jazara backbone locked, 85% global QFS tie-in. Banks crumbling, Australia, algorithms firing. Your stolen wealth. Quantum cards testing now. Trump's the only commander. Biden's ghost regime. Nullified. 2021 to 2024 Rio shredded. White House ballroom counter sigil pulses, DC grid dead. Vatican banks choked. Brussels backups raided. London triad fracturing. Feel the quake. Wildlife fleeing Gitmo perimeter. Frequencies spiking. Remote viewers confirm, or a shift massive. Cabal spells shattered. Their 2030 cage, digital IDs, 5G mind traps, graphene poison, obliterated. Schiff, Pelosi doubles, Obama serpents, tagged for transport. Mayorkas and flood. Next docket. James election witch hunt. Disbarments too soft, Gitmo gallows. Besiegis Uganda echo. Global sink, political prisoners worldwide rising. The fertilizer machines hum. Wings fill with screams. The president commands. Justice drops like thunder. This is the Great Awakening, truth bombs detonating now. Wednesday 5th of November. 2025 alert, systems reawakening under quantum control. Nizar and Jazara QFS, Julian Assange. Banking access remains unstable in key regions. Several major institutions report temporary database realignment, but the truth is clear. The legacy fiat servers have been absorbed. Every transaction now passes through gold-backed quantum nodes monitored by military-grade encryption. The illusion of control is gone. Reports from internal sources confirm that off-ledger accounts, shell corporations, and dormant cabal assets are being purged automatically. Each line of corrupted code is being deleted as the new system recalibrates in real time. The wealth of the world is being reweighted toward transparency. Satellite activity has intensified. Starlink grids are transmitting encrypted data bursts every 15 minutes, rerouting global communication through the quantum backbone. These are not tests. They are confirmations that the next phase, the 10 days of darkness, is imminent. Government servers across multiple continents have entered silent standby. Ministries, treasuries, and financial departments are offline under classified directives. The old world's command systems are frozen. While the new operating core comes online quietly, flawlessly, and beyond their reach. Stay calm. Watch closely. Every flicker, every delay, every reset is evidence that the control grid has changed hands. The silence has served its purpose. The network is awake. Wednesday, 5th of November, 2025. FBI surround cartels 24 hours open-air drug market. Poisoning Philadelphia neighborhood, 29 arrested. November 5, 2025, Operation Coast to Coast. FBI and ICE expose Chinese trafficking empire worth millions. November 5, 2025, FBI and ICE arrest 5,000 in Chicago raid on Sinaloa and CJNG, 4 tons of fentanyl seized. Wednesday, 5th of November, 2025. Presenting to you the 2025 Democrat of the Year, Ian Roberts, Superintendent of Iowa's largest school district. Illegal alien. Fake college degree. Fake SS card. Fake driver's license. Illegally voted. Illegal possession of firearms. $350K/Y paid by taxpayers. Twos. November 4, 2025, just now, Intel dossier. November 4, 2025, Trump's final warning to the GOP, terminate the filibuster now. Twos. November 4, 2025, just in, the 14th block, Senate Democrats refuse for the 14th time to reopen government, shutdown used to rig elections. I've directed them to help taxpayers save money, by assisting ICE in rounding up criminal illegal aliens for deportation. Wednesday, 5th of November, 2025. Speaker Johnson is livid after discovering Democrats have filed a lawsuit against the USDA for trying to find out how many illegal immigrants are receiving welfare benefits. They actually sued the Department of Agriculture for simply asking how many illegals are enrolled in welfare programs across states like California and New York. They sued them. Can you believe that? We're working to make government more transparent and efficient for the American people, yet Democrats keep blocking us with political stunts. No wonder Americans are frustrated. Wednesday, 5th of November, 2025. Florida, DEA, FBI and ICE raid drug cartel in Florida, 51 dirty officers exposed, $21 million seized. Wednesday, 5th of November, 2025. To 5 brothers, 5 countries, $500 billion. The Rothschild strategy that lasted 210 years. Wednesday, 5th of November, 2025, How Wall Street Built the Nazi War Machine. November 5, 2025, The Opium Fortunes, How America's Elite Families Got Rich Selling Drugs to China. And $35 million to John Podesta. U.S. Interagency Committee including the State Department, in which Hillary Clinton was the head of, approved Rosatom's 2010 acquisition of Uranium One, a Canadian firm with U.S. mining rights. John Podesta was on the board of a company called Julon Limited who held some of the rights, in which he received a total of $33 million from the deal. The Clinton Foundation received $145 million from Uranium One investors like Frank Giustra, who also just happens to sit on the board of the Clinton Foundation and runs the Radcliffe Foundation, which donates large amounts to the Clinton Initiative and other charities. Frank Giustra is also the founder of Lionsgate Entertainment, a major film production studio in Hollywood, and has extensive ties to third world countries, Haiti etc., through not only the Radcliffe Foundation and the Clinton Foundation, but an organization called the Alpida Project. The Alpida Project, which funds and facilitates mass migration in Europe, also has connections to foster children from all over the world and just happens to use an almost exact match to an FBI-confirmed pedo symbol for their organization's official logo. Bill Clinton and Frank Giustra are known to be good friends and not only working together in each other's projects and foundations, but flying all over the world while Hillary was in office selling access to the administration through pay-to-play politics and the Clinton Foundation. This is how the money was moved. You want access, you make a charitable donation. This is just one way and layer to how they make and move their money. These people are all connected. You don't want to be either. Do the Clintons, especially Hillary Clinton, take the title of being the most corrupt politicians in history. P. Monday, October 27, 2025. Fox News, Speaker Mike Johnson just confirmed what every American already felt in their gut: the government shutdown wasn't chaos. It was strategy. Democrats met behind closed doors and chose pain. They weaponized suffering to empower Marxist extremists and cripple the nation from within. Behind the speeches and sound bites, a deal was struck in silence. Schumer and his operatives decided that hurting Americans was the most effective political weapon they had left. They didn't miscalculate. They planned it. Johnson revealed the words that echo like confession. They sat in a back room and made the calculation they'd rather shut the government down and impose pain on the American people. That is not leadership. That is treason masked as politics. According to Johnson, this entire operation was built on a simple lie, that the radicals matter more than the workers who built this country. The Marxists, the far left and the base are more active than hard-working Americans. That single admission reveals everything. The Democratic Party no longer serves the people. It serves a revolution. One that thrives on crisis and grows through destruction. Leverage through suffering, the core of the Marxist playbook. A leaked quote from their own operative says it all: every day gets better for us. We'll use the pain for leverage. This is not governance. It is psychological warfare. And the lie goes deeper. The funding resolution Democrats blocked was a clean CR, the same budget they already voted for months ago. Nothing changed except their agenda. If it wasn't about money, then what was it about? Control. The chaos is deliberate. The suffering is tactical. While they pretend to fight for the poor, they are crushing the system to force obedience. A nation exhausted, divided, and broke is easier to control than a free one. The fallout is real. Hundreds of thousands of federal workers are going unpaid. SNAP benefits are frozen for 1 in 8 Americans. Air traffic systems are collapsing under staffing shortages. Morale across the country is sinking as inflation rises and security fades. This isn't mismanagement. It's method. A government held hostage from within. The kind of internal sabotage that precedes collapse. And yet through all the noise, one figure still stands between the people and the abyss. Donald J. Trump. No backroom betrayal. No deals with radicals. Just direction, clarity, and resolve. While others sell the country for political gain, he holds the line for those who still believe in law, order, and America itself. This is not a partisan fight anymore. It's a survival test. The enemy is not across the ocean. It is inside the chamber. These are not mistakes of policy. They are acts of intent. The suffering of a nation turned into currency for a political cult that feeds on division. We are under attack from within. They are not incompetent. They are malicious. And the hour is late. The patriots, the workers, the defenders of truth, all must stand. Because the ballot box may be our last weapon before the storm moves beyond control. This is not about left or right anymore. It's about light and dark. And now the mask has fallen.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Special guest tonight, Louis Herms, next governor of California. And we're hoping so because California needs help. But Louis, you were saying that you guys are like super busy. I'm surprised you were able to even come on. What's been going on?
Yeah, it's crunch time. You know, we've been preparing for this big rally that we have on the 8th, which is this Saturday, November 8th in San Marcos, which is near Carlsbad, California. And obviously we have the debate going on. So we have, you know, it's just amazing. So we're contacting everybody. And then I have to do my daily stuff and have all the meetings for governor. And we're meeting with some amazing teams from top people that everybody knows. We're going to have special things coming to our campaign. And we've got at least 3 people that I can say are coming on from major campaigns of somebody that we know to help push us over the top in the next couple months.
Wow, that's exciting. So it's a progressive type thing. Of course, the elections are like November of next year. So you have a lot of time to build up momentum. You don't want to like go big right away. The best campaigns are the ones that just build momentum all the way in. Mm-hmm. So is that how you guys are looking at planning it? I know we've talked. You do have some blowout people. So that's incredible.
Yeah. So the key is Number one, as you can see over my shoulder, I truly believe in the art of war when we're dealing with this parasite control mechanism, right? So what they don't know, they don't know. They're going to be constantly confused with our campaign, which as it should be, keep them guessing. But that being said, we have a very unique campaign because I'm not a politician and I don't play the political games. I only care about we the people, only we the people. That's it. I'm not interested in anything else, you know. If divinely we hear a message, we take it, we go, and we help we the people out. So we liken our campaign to an education campaign, which is going to take a lot longer than another campaign. And the good news about that is, if you think about it, let's just assume hypothetically that we're in the middle of an awakening. Okay. If we're in the middle of the awakening, there's only one candidate that's been the tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist, which means every new part of information literally magnetizes towards us because we've already talked about it in the past. So our campaign will always be on an upward trajectory, no matter how hard they try to take us down. So it's just going to build and build and build. So I believe we're the tortoise and everybody else is the hare. And I'm very excited. Now, it's frustrating for some people too, because here's a great example. We're trying to get the news media to pay attention, and they're completely ghosting us like we don't exist. They're pretending that we don't exist. We had one of my top people went on Wikipedia to get us on Wikipedia because that makes us look more credible, which means we can get the donations, la, 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 la. And Wikipedia said, well, we don't recognize this guy, so we're not going to put him on. And so we sent them proof of who I was. And then they said, well, he doesn't have enough online presence. Well, that's crazy because I have more online presence than Steve Hilton and all the other candidates combined. So then we prove that. They go, okay, now here's the next step is you don't have any media that has recognized you as a candidate. I'm like, oh, here's the game, right? But they didn't know that we had an interview with Gateway Pundit. Even though it's buried on their site, we still did it. So we sent them that. And then they had one more hurdle for us to jump through. When we sent them the evidence of that hurdle, they deleted our account. And the person that was doing the work for us, they banned her from life forever contacting Wikipedia. They thought they would keep throwing up hurdles and we would just back down. But we came, it's like sales. We overcame every objection and they couldn't handle it. So their response, they banned us for even trying. And they deleted our account for trying, and they banned her for life. She cannot make any submissions with her name and her email on anything on Wikipedia from now to eternity.
Wow.
That's what we're dealing with.
That's I mean, we're the ones that lived through the social media blackout, and suppression and free speech suppression and all that kind of stuff. But it seems like once you go into these other areas, it exists on another level again. Wow.
It's crazy. Did you ever get your account back from YouTube yet?
Yeah, we're on YouTube right now. We're playing live. So I've been on YouTube since March or April, somewhere around there. And I've been growing it. I got an old channel that, was taken down. I never tried to hey, why'd you guys take it down? Because I did that for a few of them. They're like, whatever, so
right.
What you're going through, and so this one just popped up by chance. It's kind of one of those my wife Tracy things. I was like, I really need to get back on YouTube because that's where I had a lot of I was really not going anywhere. Rumble's like restricting me, so she was like, okay, let me think about that. And then that this thing pops up and says, one of my accounts, and I'm like, and it had the contest button, and I'm like, contest, and they got back to me and said, yeah, you're right, you should, we overstepped, and you should have your account back. So then I started building it back, and so like doubled the subscribers again. I think I'm at 101,000. It was like 50 something, and so it's coming back. Had 250,000, and then
I remember the day you went down, you had 250,000.
Yeah, I had 250,000, and then I built it back up to 150, and then real quick, and then bam, then I got 125, bam, then 100, bam, and this, over and over and over again.
Yeah.
I'd build it up and they knock it down. They wouldn't give me like a warning or 3 strikes, like they normally do. They something they didn't like. They're like, boom.
Same
and then it was
mine.
like anytime I tried to come in, I'd come in like the Intuitive Warrior and our Michael K. Jaco, or
I remember, like,
just all kind of different stuff. And I'd slip in and they wouldn't recognize me for a while, and then somebody dined me out or something, or their AI found me, and then for years I was not able to get on. And then so Trump got back in office, and a lot of us have been able to get back on. Charlie Ward's back, Nicholas Common's back.
I know Laura Eisenhower's back. Everybody's back except me. They haven't given me my account back.
Well, that's because you're running for governor.
I guess so. I have an account
treatment still, like we're talking about. It's crazy.
Yeah, we had an accident account that just happened to build up. Like there's probably like 14,000 on it now. But my original account, the big one with all my content on it, they're pretending like it doesn't exist. We've been contacting them. They're just like, nope, sorry, no, nothing, won't respond to me. And we're like, wow, that's crazy. And that's the account, the one they really attacked, because the first time they deleted that account is, I think you remember, I posted a 15-second video that said, we the people, I said, manifest your destiny. We the people win. That's it.
Viral. Yeah.
That's it. And they deleted that because of that 15-second video, that little 15-second video. So they deleted the account. We appealed. We did a legal appeal, and I wrote the legal language, and they gave me that account back. And then the day I had a certain amount of views and followers, they deleted it. When I had no strikes, they deleted my whole account. That was after the purge, by the way. And then that's it. They've and I keep hearing everybody's calling me and texting me, Lewis, we got our account back. Give it a shot. I'm like, yeah, it's not happening. So it is what it is.
We'll pray for you, and hopefully it'll come through.
Yeah, it'd be nice, but it is what it is.
Musk just talked about doing, because he says that Wikipedia is corrupt. He's talked about doing some kind of Wikipedia-like thing as well.
Yeah,
so we'll probably see that come out here pretty soon.
Rockopedia.
Yeah. Exopedia or whatever. Yeah. Grokkopedia. Yeah, I think that's what he called it too.
That's what it is.
Right. Yeah. So we've seen you're in a Democrat state.
Am I? That's what they say.
Well, I mean, that's what they say. You're right. That's what they say. But is it?
I think I have some proof that
anywhere really at this point.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. I apologize. What was that?
Is there a Democrat state anywhere at this point, really?
Yeah, so true. So I think I have proof that this is not a Democrat state as of yesterday. Wow. I just haven't had the time to put it together. So I did some research. So when I started seeing the numbers, well, first CNN, with 1 second after the polls closed, said Proposition 50 passed in California. 1 second. Not quite sure how they counted it that fast.
Biden too.
So that was fascinating, right? So I go, okay. So I said, what's the percentage? And they had like 2/3 of California voted for yes on Proposition 50. Doesn't make sense, because the only thing they had is they're just like, pretty much, if you hate Trump, vote yes. That's kind of what all their advertisements were. It was just crazy. And I walked through the line to vote yesterday, my wife and I, and normally you'll see the line maybe 50, 60 feet out the door. This was like 1/8 of a mile long. It was like an hour and a half, 2 hours. It was crazy, right? And when I'm walking down the line and you're looking at the demographic, it wasn't chock full with a bunch of liberals, right? These are conservatives. I even talked a little bit around the line about no on 50, and you hear people like, yeah. And we're looking at and I actually took the envelope with the ballot inside of it just to show, see, you can look through the hole. You can see where it says no. It's right there. It's very obvious what's going on. And then they're strategizing, flip it over, all this stuff. But my point is, but the vote says, according to the media, 67%. I go, okay. I said, you know what? We know that's machines is how they manipulate this. I said, so I'm curious. Let me go to Shasta County, which doesn't have machines. They're on paper ballots. And let me see what their numbers are. 69% no when I looked.
Wow.
Does that tell you everything that we need to know?
Pretty much.
Right?
How about that?
That's it. So it's an absolute bunch of lies. It's absolute ridiculous. It's propaganda. It's fakery. It's foolery. It's really sickening. So I believe, though, things are looking very, very good. I believe the Mondami vote, this vote, and other things, I believe these are going to be Supreme Court / RICO / military invention deals going on because of what is going on right now. It's so blatant. It's so obvious that I believe things are going to flip on its head really, really quick. So I think the future is bright for us.
Yeah. So same with Virginia and New Jersey, you think?
Virginia's a weird one. You know, the challenge I had with Virginia is the one running which Trump didn't put his support around, and he would have, but she came out as a never Trumper.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah. Why on earth would you do that? Right? It just doesn't make any sense. At least she could have had a mea culpa before she ran, but I think they think that they can get the Republican vote for some reason, and then they can get the Trump haters at the same time. And it's same political games. They're always trying to do this political balance, right?
Huh.
And I would prefer authenticity. I know what a weird concept, right? Just be authentic. And I think what she should have done is said, President Trump, can I have a sit down with you? She should have gone to DC and had a sit down with them and said, how can we work this together? And then I think she could have won if the votes were real, but they're fake anyways. And think about it. You have such a huge percentage of Democrats that work in DC that are in Virginia, right? So the shutdown, I believe that the Democrats were intentionally keeping the shutdown past the elections because everybody would be off of work. Therefore, they would go to the polls. Everywhere they can manipulate, they're going to manipulate. And Jersey just looks like fake, phony, and false to me.
Yeah, that's, I mean, when the polling, because the polling usually goes in the Democrat direction. So for the polls to be close, we should have had the GOP guy win, but he lost by like 12 points. So it
doesn't make sense. Now
yeah.
listen to this anomaly,
mm-hmm.
And this is the one that they should send in the National Guard immediately to start investigating. In New York, if you add up what Mondami had and Cuomo, a Democrat and a socialist, a communist, really, if you listen to them, their total is 92%. Well, even the mainstream media says there's 40% Republicans in New York. How is it possible then 92% voted for Democrat and socialist? It doesn't, there's no common sense there. We look at it and we go, that's impossible. It would never happen, right? Something is definitely wrong. And that one is so blatant. There's no way you can turn it around. Even if Trump came out and gave Cuomo a big hug and said, vote for this guy right now, it wouldn't have been 92% of Republicans turning on their own value set. And I'm sorry, all the Republicans turning on their own value set and saying, I want either this Democrat or the socialist. It just never would have happened. So yeah. The numbers don't add up. So this is election fraud clearly across the board. And we're either just going to keep getting smacked in the face, or the feds and the military are going to come in and go, okay, this is time.
Yeah. And there was on the Virginia side, there was a guy, Jay Jones. He was elected as well. And he had texted a fellow delegate that he thought his opponent, a GOP guy, building all this.
Right.
And he was elected. And then Spanberger, who's former CIA, won by and she was called out about it. And she never said she never would say, because to them, it's already, the vote is already in. They already know how things are going to work.
Right.
They couldn't diss him because he was going to be, regardless of how the vote really was going to be, like you're talking about in Mount Shasta, 69% of people said no, but it turned out that everybody said yes. So that's the way these votes are now. I'm surprised that, 10 months in now, that the Trump team didn't come in and do anything. But when you look at, the corruption that, like you're talking about, that could be revealed, this may be why they didn't.
Yeah, that's the only thing I'm kind of hanging my hat on, is that it's possible that they just needed a little bit more awakening. And because the fact is, I still talk to people, even Republicans, and they're like, no, I don't think there's a election fraud. And the language matters. And this is what I'm saying online. We constantly have conservatives saying, oh, it's blue this, and Democrats won this, and Democrats took this, and da-da-da, and they come. And I go, no, you have to understand. We cannot continue to use that language. It's election fraud. As long as we keep using the language that the Dems win, the Dems win, the Dems are winning, instead of the Dems stole it because of election fraud, then the zeitgeist, as we call it, right, is believing that they're more powerful than they are. And that's exactly what the deep state swamp rats want. They want our communication publicly to be the Dems won. That's what they want. The last thing they want is to say they won because they stole it. They don't want that type of talk. And that's the challenge. Is I'm still seeing a lot of people saying, man, they won it again. I'm like, no, we got to change our language.
Yeah. And for me, I just look at, they're surrounded by Republicans. They're an island, right? With a sea of red all around them, people with, guns and so forth. And it's that way all across the country. There's just these little blue dots with a massive sea of red. They, at some point, they cease to exist because they put themselves out of existence. So, I mean, they're canceling out themselves, and they're voting in people that will destroy, like we've seen in London. We've had Muslims in London for a while now running the mayorship there, and London is a rape capital of the world right now.
Wow.
So that's going to happen in New York soon.
Yeah, exactly. It's so bad. What it's interesting though, how the powers that be are covering up the death rates. Because I go on and check the death rates, and they always seem to balance year to year to year to year, right? It's fascinating, because I can tell you, just if you talk to people around people I know, it's another one died, another one died, another one died, the funeral, all over the place, right? Yeah. And now the sad part is I'm noticing that there's people going and talking to morgues and embalmers, and they're not speaking now. They were coming out before, and they're like, yeah, hey, we're seeing a lot of extra. This is weird. Da-da. Now it's like their mouths are shut. Somebody got to them. Somebody talked to them and said, you are not going to say anything. I don't know what they threatened them with. Maybe some lawfare. I don't know. But we're not getting the information from them anymore, which is hyper suspicious.
Yeah, there was a time I tried to get the Brit that was revealing, and he's had him lined up. He was supposed to come on my show. He contacted us and said, I've got overwhelming pushback. I can't do this anymore. And he wanted to do it, but his wife was like, no, you're not going to do it. So he stopped out. So I put it out. Anybody out there, and a Canadian came on, and he like ran a couple of different places where they do the embalming. He had like 4 or 5 different places. So I'll come on your show. And I was like, you want to hide your face, and I won't share your name. It's like, no, I'll be good. So I'm like, okay. So he came on. He called me early the next morning, because we did it in the afternoon, and he called me got in touch with me the early next morning. Can you take that video down? I am just like getting slammed. So it's like, okay. So just recently, I was going to have a guy on, and he went silent too. he was revealing that the white clotting material that's in there, and that a lot of the morticians and so forth are finding. In Utah, where I'm at right now, there was a big group that was revealing. I don't know if they stopped him out or what, but he backed out of coming on my show just recently too. So you're right. It's just really been covered up.
Yeah, it's scary. It's what it is, but
it's really sad.
They can only suppress it so long. See, it's different. So you could suppress the Kennedy killing, right? Kennedys, I should say, because we didn't have the internet at that time. Yep. So they had a long time to suppress it. They could suppress 9/11 because it was different and there wasn't as much internet play at the time. Now they can't even, there's funky stuff clearly going on with the Charlie Kirk assassination, and whoever wants to try to put a lid on this is having a trouble doing this. So I believe they can only suppress these embalmers and these medical types that want to reveal this for so long. There's going to be some people that come out with courage, and I think maybe, Mike, your idea is the best. Well, let's just get. How about we try to put together, and I'll do it with you, a show with like 4 or 5 of them, and they can just hide their identity. We can even change their voice.
I would do that. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, we can have a whole bunch of them on.
Anyone listening now, or anyone that knows anybody, if they want to hide their identity and come forward, we'll absolutely do that.
Yeah, I'll put this on my channel too then.
Where we talk about vaccine injuries and deaths and so forth. And I'm very war nurse, is that it? Arlene Wanser, maybe.
Yeah. Why do we always have to threaten legal to get anything done? It's crazy.
That's sad. That's real sad. So I mean, let's look at your campaign ideals. What you're campaigning for. I did a show just recently with a gentleman in Texas that's running, Doc
Pete Chambers. Yeah.
Pete Chambers. Yeah. You know him?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good. So yeah, I've been wanting to do a show with him for a while. And so I was at a conference in Alameda, and this woman comes up and says, so I heard you want to do Pete Chambers. And it was like, God answered that call out. So she hooked us up. Tracy lined it up, and I did a show with him. Amazing guy. But I went through each one of his points, and staggering. Anyone that sees that show and doesn't want to vote for him, because everybody that's seen the show is like, I'm voting for that guy. That's a Texan. And that's kind of the way you are. If people just hear what you are talking about, we did a conference together, very nice event, and all the points you put out, I'm like, if people don't vote for you, they're like completely brain dead. All the things that you're going to do is staggering. You want to go over a few of those points?
That's sure. Incredible. Yeah. Now, the first thing is I've learned a long time ago, simplicity and common sense rule the day.
Yeah.
Right. We overcomplicate everything. So obviously, one of my big issues is child trafficking. Yeah. Because it's $100 billion profitable industry in California, which makes it the #1 industry in California. But we ignore it like it doesn't exist. Right. So we're forming a special task force of rescue professionals, special technology that's going to go around that. And we're going to hold those in power. Listen to this, guys. Those that are in power, we're going to hold accountable, because those are the ones that have been running cover for the evildoers, the judges and the politicians and the corporations. So that's who we need to focus on. We're also going to launch a full investigation of CPS and the foster system, because there's a whole system right now where they're actively trying to medically change the biology, which is impossible, right, of a child. And they're finding some legal loopholes to do that, especially in LA County. It's really disgusting. We're actually working on getting an anti-grooming bill sponsored way before we're even in the governor's mansion, right? And we're committed. We're not going to let human trafficking and the scourge of it push us around anymore. And that should be everybody's #1 issue. That's actually what drove me into the race. So That's it. Election fraud. Everybody knows it's real. The answers are very, very simple. Paper ballots. I like same day counting. Voter IDs. I prefer same day voting. I know you like multiple day voting, but I prefer same day voting. And
that's because we have a rigged system. And the way to get around that is to just have everybody vote over a period of time. But if it was a smooth system, like you're talking about in Mount Shasta, they saw it's amazing how they got around that, but they did. If you can do that in every county, it can be done. But yeah,
let me give you why I don't think that helps. Just, and you and I can debate on this if you want. My biggest challenge with that is I liken it to this, and I did a post on this today. Imagine I'm a championship chess player, but I tell my opponent ahead of time what my next 3 moves are. So when we're voting by mail or early voting, the baddies, I believe personally, especially with that vote on no, because you could see it through the ballot, they already know what they have. So they're going to know how they can cheat. So it's like giving them ahead of time. Now, if we were doing precinct voting, we would never have to do but 1 day, because we would do all the little teeny precincts, which Mark Cook has proven, through his road show and the count. I've seen it with my own eyes in Vegas. I saw him do it. They can train people within an hour, and those people count perfectly every single time with the system that they have. So it can be done. It just needs to be organized. And then, as you've heard me say, which is very, very important, starting to get a lot of traction now, which is good, I believe we should put serial numbers on every ballot. And the only thing a machine should be used for is after the ballots are counted, throw that through a machine only to do one thing, just to make sure it's not a duplicate serial number or out of sequence. Because if it is, it's fake. It's that easy.
Yep. Watercolors. Yep.
Yep. But a watercolor, I always even tell Mark this, a watercolor can still be duplicated.
Really?
Yeah, you can counterfeit it if you find out the process that they're using. You can't do that with a serial number. It's impossible. Numbers are numbers.
The reason why I said multiple days, and that I think that really worked for Trump, was because of Maricopa County. We all of us said, don't early vote, go the day of, and they same thing. They're like, okay, they're coming. So they rigged the machines, and none of them worked. No one could vote. And then the ones that did vote, they took them to the warehouse and then, mismanaged them. And then Katie Hobbs, who never came out of her basement.
Right. Well, they're always going to find evil, and criminals will always find a way to do what they do. That's why it's laughable when people say there should be gun laws. The only people that gun laws work for are the people that follow the law. Criminals don't follow the law. Look at Chicago. Got all the gun laws in the world. Why is that? Because there's nobody that's there to defend themselves. It's just the lack of common sense is huge. But you want to go into some more of these things?
Yeah. So let's talk about the thing that's really starting to kick in Florida, and some other states are starting to talk about it. The home tax, what's a property tax?
Property taxes.
Property taxes. You're talking about doing away with them, and every state should do away with them. If you find out how they're manipulating, controlling that, and see the mismanagement that's going on with that, everyone in the state should be like, we're not doing that anymore.
Right. Well, if they knew what the agenda was, if they knew that the agenda was to steal your property, people would say, I'm not going to pay property taxes. Right. It's crazy. So it's another simple process. So I believe 70 to 80% of our current budget in California is waste, fraud, and abuse. So we go in there, we torch the waste, fraud, and abuse. Now we have just a small percentage that we actually have that is in the budget that's legit, which gives us a windfall. So we'd be able to get rid of income and property taxes. Pretty simple. These are easy peasy solutions, but they keep it so messy so they kind of pretend like, oh, that's impossible. We could never do that, right? Well, it's because it's going into everybody's pocket. Wait till people see the bond issues that are going to bankrupt California pretty soon.
Yeah, wow. So another one that some states have been able to do, Alaska, Texas, Florida, and Tennessee, maybe a few other states out there, is no tax at all, no personal tax. So you've talked about how you can do away with that too. I mean, just those three things, everybody should be lined up and Lewis Arms. Just how could you not? But you have so many others.
Can you imagine the way the economy will be boosted just when you get rid of those I call them illegal taxes?
Yeah,
the economy is going to go through just on that, and then when you start putting money into the right places in the economy, like as a conservative leaning libertarian, I don't believe in subsidies. I think we need to recognize these are real people, right? And they have significant problems.
Yeah.
Whatever that problem is. Some of the times it's an alcohol drug problem. We need to figure out how to do that and address the alcohol and drug problem. Mm-hmm. Sometimes they've been beaten down so much by society, they said they would just rather check out, right? I believe we should find a way for everybody to have a home, right? Only we have to be respectful within them, not like we did in the 70s, right? Where you put everybody on Thorazine and they're walking around like zombies in the hallway and we're doing shock treatments on them. That's real stuff. No, we need to honor these people no matter if they're homeless or not. And we need to create work programs and incentivize them to get back on their feet. Because I would say, Mike, 80 to 90% of homeless, they would probably want to be sober. They probably would want to live in some place and they probably would want to be better. Right? So we need to work on assisting them to be better and feel valuable again. We can't just throw them to the side, but it also will help take them off the street so they won't be a eyesore on society at the same time. And it can definitely be done. We just need to invest in it. The investment will be less than it costs to not invest. And that's the key.
So the business, obviously, at one time, California was like one of the places that businesses wanted to be. But California's been driving those businesses out. And I think that's probably one of the reasons why is because they make so much money on the illicit trades like we were talking about, drug trafficking, human trafficking, so forth, that they don't care about regular business. Like Elon Musk, they pissed him off so much, he just left and went to Texas.
That's right.
What would you do to bring back businesses?
Well, first, if we get rid of the income tax that we're working on, that's going to be a huge draw for businesses, right? Mm-hmm. And then we take away the ridiculous, fake, phony, and false environmental regulations. That's huge. And then we stop fining and feeing these businesses left and right every time they want to build something or do something, and they have to go through some hoops. It's ridiculous. I actually think that is directly against the Chevron deference decision. So we'll connect that. There's going to be a lot of incentive. And then when you remove those income taxes and the property taxes, that money that's infused into California, and we clear our budgets out so we can spend money where it's supposed to be spent, infrastructure, I think businesses are going to flock to California, and it's going to be like another gold rush in California when we accomplish what we're trying to accomplish.
Yeah, most definitely. Now, the environment there in California is one of the most beautiful states of all 50 states. I've been to all of them, and California is one of my favorite. But unfortunately, they've had this environmental thing where it's like, don't get involved in the environment and let it go natural. That's like letting the weeds grow in your yard and in your vegetable crop and so forth. It's take it over. So having hiked the Pacific Crest Trail, I see how the environment they just let it grow. There's no clearing the deadfall. President Trump, talked to Gavin Newsom. You need to start to clean your forest up and clean up the deadfall, and they ignored it. Of course, we've had, crazy fires that somehow magically burned all the way down into, the homes. So what would you do about that? Would you, and Trump offered to like build Mount Shasta Dam higher, and Gavin Newsom refused to do that too. What would you do about all that?
Well, I would actually build the dams higher. I would let water flow instead of throwing 60% of into the ocean. I would not let people privatize water rights, which is crazy. That alone is happening. And then I would absolutely demand fire abatement. He hasn't done fire abatement here in 2 decades. We haven't had fire abatement.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Are you kidding this? Right. But if the water flows, that's the other thing. I believe there's been a fake drought, right? Because the water's not flowing the way it flows. It should flow, so they can always say, oh, look at the dams are dry, the reservoirs are dry, we don't have water to this, we don't have water to do this. Woe is me. But they tend to bring water to their cronies, the people in their political payoffs. They tend to get as much water as they want, right? So that being said, the water flow alone would help. We don't have a drought if you're still throwing 60% into the ocean. Sorry. That doesn't exist. That would help a lot in a lot of these brush areas. But fire abatement is huge. And it all you have to do, they love government manpower, so why not hire people to clear all the brush, right?
There's you got all those homeless that would love to, like,
there you go,
and be involved and contribute. There's so many, and young people that are out of work, get them involved. They used to do that in the past. So yeah, I think there's a lot of stuff that can be easily turned around, but you have a corrupt system there. What would you do about corrupt politicians that are all throughout the state?
Well, we would expose them big time. In fact, I'm going to create a website that's going to be government sanctioned. It's going to be exposure.ca.gov. And we're going to put their faces, their names, and what they have been doing or haven't been doing. Let's say they're being obstructionist on the actual website for everybody to view. And the heat can go on them. And we'll say, here's their phone number. If they're government, their government, say, here it is. We're not going to dox them. Right.
Yeah,
but we're going to put their information out there, and we're going to put pressure on them that they either change their ways, right? They're going to be pushed out, and they know if they hit there, that already means they're being investigated. So they better be very, very careful. So exposure.ca.gov is going to take we're going to put judges on there. We're going to put politicians on there, dirty cops on there. It's going to be, I think it will be the most viewed website in history, because we know how people like to watch salacious stuff. I think they're going to be all over this website.
That's fantastic. Wow. And that's something that every state should follow. That's amazing. So anything else that you'd like to, say that really stands out now? And then, of course, give us the information on the upcoming event.
Sure. I mean, we have a ton of things, but I will mention there's already technology out there that we can reduce our energy costs currently with certain technologies by 70 to 80% already. Can you imagine reducing the energy costs, getting rid of income tax, bringing jobs in, and the economy booming? It really will be a gold rush. Now, our goal is to get 0 point energy. Oh my God, did he say that out loud? He must need a tinfoil hat. We're going to get 0 point energy into all the houses. It's probably going to take a couple decades. The reason why the parasites that control things all over the world do not want you to have 0 point energy, because then you are uncontrollable. You are sovereign. You are autonomous from government control at that moment. And you can produce at a very high level if you have energy that is produced right there from the ether or whatever that is. So that's one of our major goals also. That'll take longer.
Yeah, probably won't take that long. I know some technologies that we got probably going to be released in the next few years that will give energy to every home. So we're close. You just have to have the ability to say, yes, we're going to do this, and then move forward with it. But a lot of these politicians have puppet strings on them, so they can't do that. And that's where revealing some of those politicians that are corrupt would be fantastic. And then they can explain themselves. You get the phone number or the emails, like there you go. You did this, and we're going to put your phone number and our email there, and you can explain yourself. why you did this. And you're
Exactly.
going to have millions of people contact you and say, what are you doing? And then you can either probably go away or fix it like you're talking about.
Yeah. Imagine if we sponsor bills, propositions, or legislation, and it's one page instead of 100 pages. Very concise language. Here's the beauty of that, and this is why I'm so excited about this. When we just do this one page legislation stuff, it's very easy to expose corruption because it'd be very, very simple. Here's how we're going to go after child traffickers. We need you to do this, this, and this. Approve. That's a yes or no vote. You vote no, it's like, what's going on with this person? When you make these 100-page bills and you let all the attorneys get involved with this because that's what keeps them employed, right? Now it's murky. So you can't really call people out because they're like, oh, well, it's not what you think, or there's this one line in here, so on and so forth. If you simplify these things, boom, I think it's going to be extraordinarily helpful. And don't even get me started on eliminating 80 to 90% of the laws that are on the books right now because they're convoluted. They're not there to help anybody.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yep. So Lewis Herms for governor. So what's the next thing? What's the next step?
Well, we have a huge day coming Saturday, just a few days from now. So November 8th, Saturday in San Marcos, California, which is near Carlsbad. We have a beautiful rally. I mean, we have the most amazing speakers are going to be there. Michael Jaco will be there. It's incredible. We have the best music. When you guys see the entertainment that's going to be there, blow you away. And that's from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. morning to noon right there. And that's going to be really, really cool. And I'll speak at the last probably half hour, 45 minutes of that. I'm excited about that. That's free, guys. Just go to hermsforcali.com, click on events at hermsforcali.com, and it's free. Just RSVP so we know who's going to be there, because we're going to have security all over the place. Michael and I have already been through it with poisoning and some other things. We don't need to go through that again. So click on RSVP. And at night, which is really cool, I will be on the debate stage with a bunch of Republican candidates. So we'd love to see you there also. Go back one page, Mike. I'll show them something. So at night, in the same location, Awaken Church in San Marcos, if you go down, just scroll down, sorry. There you go. So you take your power back, California Showdown. You'll see my face right next to Steve Hilton up on the left-hand side. This is going to be the big debate. So that evening, it'll be a debate. If you want to get tickets, we have the best price tickets on the web because my campaign is subsidizing this to help people get in there for less. Scroll down if you could, and I can show them. So a general ticket for that. Remember, the rally's free. This is at night. We don't run this. But black tie, if you want to meet and greet everybody, including all the candidates, that's $250. That's discounted. VIP seating at that event is $125. By the way, if you do VIP seating or black tie at this, we're going to give you free VIP seating at our rally in the morning also. General seating is just $40, and then you can see the debate. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, that sounds great. Wow. So I'm going for the black tie, so gotta wear that thing. So I don't get to wear it that often, so that'll be fun.
Exactly.
All right, so yeah. So there's people. So Tracy's like, you're going to be there. I cannot wait to see everyone. So yeah, hopefully we see a lot of you guys there. That'd be fantastic.
I think it's going to be a game changer, Mike. I really do. This is going to change. We're going to flip everything on its head. People are going to see things that day, and they're going to go, "Wow, okay, this is real."
So yeah, looks like you got some high-end moderators. So is this going to be televised or?
Yeah, if you'd like to, anybody, I've got the connection to get everybody to live stream it. They just have to let me know. Anybody that wants to live stream it, they can live stream it. We're not live streaming the rally. You have to be at the rally itself, right? The debate will be live streamed on several channels.
Yeah, very good. Wow. Fantastic. So moving in the right direction, Lewis. That's exciting times.
It is. lot of work to do, a lot of work done, but we're going forward, and it is really an education process, but we're up for it.
Yeah, like you educated a large group of people tonight, and it'll go out. More people see it tomorrow, and then the next day, and the day after. So that's going to be very exciting. So as more people see what your agenda is and so forth, they're going to get excited, and once they get the excitement, they're going to get involved. I hope a lot of them, sharing it and maybe supporting you in a different way. So I know donations make a big difference in these events. So donate if you can. If you can't make it, I'll try and live stream it on my show. So we'll try and live stream as much as we can everywhere.
Yep. Cool. Yeah. Donations are helpful. We're against people that probably have $100 million in the campaign. So we're going to need money, unfortunately. By the way, that's something I'm working on. You and I could talk privately on how to get rid of the money need for a campaign. I want a plumber who makes $100,000 a year to be able to run and have just as good a chance as a billionaire that comes in. So this is something that we need to reform, right? Where we just need good, we the people candidates from now on. But unfortunately, we need the money now in order to get to the point. So nobody needs the money in the future. So that's something else we're going to work on.
Well, that's a good point. And then, a lot of these people, when they get in office, they start campaigning again. But I think you're going to be hard at work.
Yeah, no, that's not. I didn't want to do this. I was called to do this. They've already called me the anti-politician because I won't follow the rules. I don't. Yeah. They made the rules for corruption. I'm not interested in that.
That's great. Well, thanks so much, Lewis. And we're going to see you in a few days. So look forward to seeing you, and hopefully we'll see a lot of people in the audience is going to be there too. So great job. Best of luck, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, it'll be fun. Looking forward to Love Bubbles.
That's it. All right. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. I'm here in Draper, Utah, where LifeWave headquarters is. I'm going to have a group here in a couple days. So fantastic that the Democrats are going to sweep the Virginia, New Jersey, and probably do Proposition 50. I said Proposition 10 the other night, so thank you for everybody who corrected me. But it was Proposition 50, where California, who's expert at, basically changing zones so that more Democrats can get in there, absentee ballots and all that kind of stuff. They've pretty much taken over the state completely, even though 40% of the voters are Republican. So it's crazy. So if you have 40% of voters that vote Republican, and you have like 70% of the state Democrat, there's probably some shady stuff going on, right? So, yep. It's now, why are we going to have this sweep? Because we all know, the most of us that are awake, that are pretty much taking our consciousness to the next level. What is going on with people that would vote for demon rats? All right, because every state, every city where the Democrats are mostly in control is a complete shithole. They have some of the worst education. The cost of living is over the top. People can't afford it. The people that they've said that they were going to try and help, their Democrat base, they can't even live in the states. They can't even live in the cities where they're at because the cost of living is so high. And gosh, we go on for so much. I mean, the crime, the filth, homelessness in all these cities. Yet people keep voting them in. What is going on? So it's a consciousness problem, obviously. So I've all day long while I was driving here, I was like listening to like housing and all these markets and so forth, bullshit basically. Now people are leaving there. Now will New Yorkers go fill it back up? Well, New Yorkers, because it's like, New York has very high cost of living, although the housing prices are pretty much the same as they were like 20 years ago. That's crazy, right? Yet the rental rate is sky high, right? So that means that younger people are coming into New York and they want free everything. And they think that although they don't believe communism works, they're going to vote for a communist, right? Riddle me that, Batman. How does that make any kind of sense whatsoever? So I guess, the educational system has made our younger folk pretty much clueless, unfortunately. And they don't like old people like me being in positions of power. They want us out. So that's I guess, they don't want the people that have, learned through trial and error and see things that don't work and, have the experience and so forth. They want new people, right? So they want a Mamdani that has no experience, is a communist, is a basically radical Muslim, in my opinion, who probably shouldn't even be in the United States. So that's what they're going to vote in because he's promised them everything. It would be like me saying, I'm going to hire anyone that wants to work for me, and I'm going to give you $1 million a year, right? You're going to make $1 million a year. Now, I don't have the means to like pay people that much, but I'm just going to say it, and people are going to just come flocking, and then they find out that I can't. I would never do that, of course, but then they're going to find out that I don't have that kind of money. That's what New Yorkers are going to find out, right? They're going to find out that Mamdani doesn't have that kind of money because the people with the money are going to flee New York, and they've said they're going to flee New York. If you were like ultra rich and you left California over the last several years, they still taxed you. It's like, oh, no, we can still tax you for the time that you were here, that you were like a multi-billionaire or millionaire, whatever. We're still going to get some of that. I don't know how they were getting around that, but I think probably smart people came in and they should shut that down. But there was a time where they were doing it. I don't know if they got away with it. Maybe they just said, kind of like Mamdani, this is what we're going to do, and you're going to do it. And then people are like, oh, okay, I'll give you 20% of my wealth because I lived in California for all this time. Yeah, you made that wealth because I was in California government. Yeah. So this taxation thing, I think, is pretty much going out. There's a lot of states now that are talking about doing away with property taxes. Everybody's starting to get clever. They're getting smart, right? They're like, oh, you guys are like abusing that system. So some states like Nevada, where I'm at, although they're not talking about doing away with it yet, I guess the population has to get a little bit more involved and start to push in that direction, because that's how things change. Only by we, the people, pushing it, guys. You don't elect somebody and then they say they're going to do stuff and they don't do it. It's because we don't get involved, right? They can say they're going to do something, like Trump said he wants to look at doing away with the IRS. Did he do it? Maybe he did. But ask the people. I've seen people in the chat said that the IRS came after them, and they're like, oh no, I haven't been paying my taxes because I thought the IRS was gone. And so the IRS came after them. So there are ways to, we talked about that. I had courses on that. I think a lot of people got involved in that, but you have to be clever. You have to understand the system. You can't just wing it, you have to understand how the system is arrayed, aligned. And once you understand that, then you can start to move out of those directions, because all they're doing is just threaten you for the most part. And then they'll come and seize your accounts and all that. Yes, I've been through that. But then we got clever and we started pushing back, and we're like, got help, and we learned how to like work around the system, and we're not in that system anymore. Right. So you can get out of the system. I think that's what we're seeing. We're seeing more and more that the system as it breaks down and it's showing us how corrupt and how broken it is, we're moving, smart people are moving away from it. Now, the people that are NPCs, non-player candidates, that are very much existent out there, guys. NPC is a real thing, right? So they're out there pretty much soulless. They just come in to, I don't know if they're clones or what the heck's going on with them, but they just come in and they're just existent, and they push the rules of the deep state manipulators. And I think that's one of the reasons why they're here, because they wanted them here so that they could have a lot of people to protect them and push back on us that are trying to wake up. Right? I'm not trying to. I'm there. I'm trying to help other people to wake up. Right? So that is the situation we're in. So many things are going to continue to push against us. So we see that they have stopped funding everything. It's probably going to be one of the longest, if not the longest, government shutdown in history. I think it's probably going to push all the way to Thanksgiving. And I think if it makes all the way to Thanksgiving, it will be the longest ever. All right. So what does that do for those people that make sure our airlines, fly right? That's why I'm happy to be driving right now, because there's a lot of shutdowns, 4,000 shutdowns across the country today alone. There was a massive plane crash, UPS or something, that crashed in Kentucky. I got some of the links for that. I'll kind of go over that, but off the top of my head, all this stuff. You have the people that don't have their SNAP coming through. I guess their cards were loaded, so they're living on whatever's left on their SNAP cards, or I don't know if they're being replenished. But supposedly on November 1st, that program ended because there was no more funding for it. Now, some states, like especially New York, which they depend on paying people, like we're having Mamdani. So Kathy Hochul came in and said that she was going to fund the SNAP payments. There were other states, California, of course, because they have welfare states. It's welfare states, and they have 1 in 8 people, probably in some of these states and some of these cities. There's a lot more than 1 to 8 ratio, probably closer to 1 to 5 or 1 to 4, something like that. So people completely depend on that. Now, in my intuitive mind today, it came to me that this was on purpose, to start to take those people out that are abusing that system, because the only way you can get the abusers out of it is to completely shut it down, and that way you can find them, right? Now, of course, there are some people that legitimately, probably, I don't know, 10, 20% of those people that get that, I don't know, maybe legitimately, need to be getting that. Otherwise, most people can, survive on their own, from their own means, or go out and work, right? I saw this one guy that he lost his job and he knew how to play the piano. So he plays the piano in nursing homes. He makes like 50% less than what he was making before, but he's making ends meet. He's paying the bills, getting by. So it's, people do that. When, I was, decided to leave the CIA, right? And they started to destroy my life. It was pretty tough. I was working multiple jobs. I think there was one time I worked 3 months straight every day for 3 months straight, and mostly 10 to 12-hour days. So, you can, make ends meet. You can get by. You can, push into new realities, because that was for me, pushing into a new reality, because my life had been destroyed, had no credit, completely destroyed my credit, had nothing, no savings, no nothing. Right. And at one time I was living on my backpack, walking Pacific Crest Trail, and I barely had enough to do that. So I fought my way back, and now I'm semi-successful, right? Whatever that means. All right. But I learned how to pay cash with it for everything. All right. And I don't owe anything because I couldn't buy anything on credit. Right. So it taught me, and I'd always wanted to do that. And I guess be careful what you wish for. But in this case, it actually worked out pretty good. So I learned a lot from that. It was a difficult time frame, for me and my family, but we worked it out. So and since then we've had some incredible times together. And now I'm involved in helping other people, wake up to this incredibly corrupt system. I learned the hard way, and I don't want other people to learn the hard way, right? But many of you have, and that's why you're probably listening, because you're like, we're all one big happy group together. We've been abused, and we are like, okay, this is how we help people, and this is how we won't, buddy up to this system anymore. So the system's collapsing. So imagine that system is not paying them. So how many of those people that are getting those SNAP payments are Democrats, right? And we know that the Democrat system has to completely go away, or it can just go over there and do its own thing in those cities, and we can wall those cities up, and people have to have a special pass to come out. All right. And that's the only way they're going to come out. Escape from New York? No, there will be no escape. Right. We will completely wall it off, burn the bridges down. We won't wall them up. We'll burn them down. We'll flood the tunnels, and no one gets out. No flights going in, no flights coming out. Right. So that'll never happen, of course, but that's the way it should be. All right. Because these people are, and I have compassion for them, but I have no sympathy for them. I have compassion for their stupidity and their inability to think correctly, their inability to do critical thinking, their inability to have compassion for others, empathy for others. They're like reptilians, no empathy, right? So it is getting past the time that these people can be helped. All right, we've talked about that, and they're building their nest. Their nest. There's nothing in their nest. There's no one going to feed them in their nest. There's no one going to bring them food in their nest, and the little birds are going to try and fly, and they're going to crash. All right, and then they're going to walk around. Where's my mother? All right, so. It's sad. It's sad, but that's the way it's going to be. All right. So we have a lot of stuff going on. The earth itself is rising in consciousness, right? As it grows, it literally has been growing. That's why the continents have been separating. The earth actually grows, just like our consciousness is growing. All right. So the earth, as it grows, in relation to the sun and the energy from the sun, that's kicking off all kinds of energy at the earth right now. There's going to be changes, and these changes will be earthquake related, tsunami, volcanic, and so forth.
And they're launching a very fast coronal mass ejection with a 1.1x class flare. And let's see if we can time this. It's going to be we almost got it. Let's switch over to our SUVI imagery to capture that. This is our past 3 hours. Gets it a bit more cleanly. And here, this is our chronograph imagery. We can switch to our SUVI imagery. We'll go back to what I'm showing you right now. Here we have our SUVI imagery, and this shows us our latest 1.1 X-class flare right there from the limb. Now, keep in mind that this is still slightly behind the limb of the sun. So the eastern limb, it's solar.
All right, these solar flares have been really kicking on the other side, and they're starting to rotate towards us. And it's on the ecliptic plane where these massive solar flares have been kicking off for the last several days. And now it's starting to rotate towards us. Every time this happens over the last this year so far, of course, we still have a couple months left. This year so far is the 6th most active earthquake, tsunami, and volcanic time in Earth's history since we've been taking records, right? So I think we got a lot more coming, and a lot of people are saying the same thing as I am, that we're getting close to something very, very significant happening that's going to cause the world to go, oh, no. And there's going to be compassion for a very large group of people, I would say probably in the millions, right? Where that happens remains to be seen. Now, when it does happen, if it does happen in the next couple months, the next days, weeks, whatever, does that mean that's going to be it? No, it's going to continually increase into next year as well, right? And this is what I've been seeing. This is what I'm predicting. It's consciousness. The consciousness, our consciousness is growing. The Earth's consciousness is growing, like I'm saying, and the NPCs and the people that can't think for themselves and think they're smarter than those of us that have been around for a while, they're going to find out, right? They're going to find out the hard way, unfortunately. So, and probably they'll get pushed into their own little zones where they can experience their wanted trauma and drama and fear and anger, right? So that's what's coming for them.
System. So this is the east side of the sun. This is the west side of the sun. This is slightly behind that, meaning that a lot of that light energy actually got blocked by the sun itself that's still in front of that region. So this is likely a stronger flare than this one because this looks really high velocity. I mean, it's just really, really, really rapid. It's happening right now. We are in this right now. So the point of today's video, what we're going to discuss today is the risk that technology has as it relates to the sun, because
okay, the risk that technology has in relation to the sun, basically, a lot of us have been seeing it. We've been seeing some problems with the internet, with our, our electronic equipment and so forth. This is because the sun is really kicking, guys, and it's going to continue to increase. And we may be getting hit in the next few days with some significant activity because, like I said, every 29 days, and we're coming up on that period. Now, what else is happening in the next couple days? Well, tomorrow we have the Beaver Moon. So the Beaver Moon is going to be the closest that it has been since 2019. The full Beaver Moon tomorrow, Wednesday, is the second of 3 consecutive supermoons and will appear larger and brighter than most, of course, depending on your cloud cover. And let's see, Wednesday's full moon will be the brightest and biggest supermoon since 2019, coming within just 222,000 miles from Earth. All right, so it's going to look massive. And we also have Mercury aligning with the sun and the moon and Earth. And further out, we have Uranus that's aligning as well tomorrow. Your anus, not my anus, right? Get that straight, right? All right, so we're going to also see probably, like I said, some massive earthquake activity. This is the one I've been saying for a while that I felt very strongly was going to happen. The other one that I feel is going to happen, although it's not strong right now, I do feel it's coming, is the tsunami off the west coast of Oregon. All right, let's listen to this one.
Data doesn't lie, and what it shows is terrifying. Beneath Naples, Italy, the ground has been quietly rising for 20 years. But in the past week, something changed. Small earthquakes began clustering beneath Campi Flegrei, each one a whisper from a sleeping giant. Scientists just discovered why, and what they found could rewrite everything we know about volcanic risk in one of Europe's most populated regions. November 2nd, 2025. 3:51 p.m. local time. A magnitude 2.1 earthquake strikes 2.8 kilometers beneath the ancient town of Pozzuoli, Italy. To most residents, it feels like a heavy truck passing by. But to the scientists monitoring every tremor through Italy's National Institute of Geophysics and Volcanology, this earthquake carries a different message. 35 minutes later, another one. Same depth, same location. Magnitude 2.0, then again at 4:26 p.m. By the end of the weekend, 5 earthquakes had struck the exact same spot, a precision that doesn't happen by accident in nature. Each tremor was recorded by a network of seismometers so sensitive they can detect vibrations. Smallest tremor to the largest magnitude 4.0 events followed this hidden pattern. Dr. D'Agostino puts it simply, we're watching the caldera prepare itself. The question is, for what? The data shows something else that makes scientists pause. Since 2005, the ground has risen 144 centimeters, nearly 5 feet of slope.
So it's filling up, guys. It's filling up. And it's going to blow. It's going to blow. All right. And when it blows, there's like around 5 million, over 5 million people just in that area alone. It's going to be traumatic. And it's a possibility that that volcano, if it blows and it blows big, it could cause a darkness all around the world from the volcanic ash that it emits. So just be heads up. We're moving into these very radical zones of earth change. They've happened before in the past, and we're moving into a very significant cycle where we've had crustal movement. We've had the poles shifting, wandering poles. They've gathered speed over the last several years, and they're really moving very quickly. Will it be a pole reversal? I don't think so, but it's going to probably move quite significantly. And that's what a lot of people have been saying that are very expert at this. So catastrophism was something that the Earth has always gone through, and everybody accepted until, I guess the last century, where they started to manipulate that information. And I guess they wanted to control us because they knew there was going to be another cataclysmic event coming up, which we're moving into. And maybe that's part of the consciousness shift that we're talking about. So all the people that want Mamdani for, mayor, and Virginia to go blue, and New Jersey to go blue, and California to go completely blue, and make the Congress completely blue, they're going to get it. They're going to probably get it, and let them have it. Let them have it. Let it break. Let it be destroyed. We picked up the pieces before in the past. I can live quite comfortably without all of this. And I think that's one of the things that we're learning, that, hey, how long has the government been shut down? And things have actually been working better. Right. So do we really need this government? Hell no. Right. It needs to go bye-bye. And so some people are want that. They're going to continue to live that. So anyway, UPS cargo plane crashes on takeoff from Louisville, Kentucky airport, igniting a huge fire. The Federal Aviation Administration said the plane crashed at about 5:15 p.m. It was taking off for Honolulu. So it took off from Louisville, Muhammad Ali International Airport. So we have, is it related to, the people that aren't being paid? Is that why? And if it is, are they going to tell us that? So more than 5,000 flights traveling from and to U.S. airports were delayed on Sunday alone. So it wasn't today, but it was Sunday alone. I don't know what it is today, but the weekend saw the most difficult travel conditions yet at dozens of American airports amid the shutdown, with lines of frustrated travelers appeared endless. More than 5,000 flights traveling from the blah, blah, blah. All right. It said it screened nearly the TSA, Transportation Security Administration, said it screened nearly 2.7 million people around the country. As the shutdown drags on, more delays and cancellations can be expected, according to the Transportation Secretary. All right, for me, driving 7 hours, when I look at, driving to an airport, leaving my car there, the cost of leaving my car there, and then get on a plane that doesn't leave when it's supposed to, going through all the radiation that I gotta go through, and then flying on these planes, they get delayed and they get diverted and all kind of crazy shit. And then I, land in another place. I got to get in a rental car and pay for that, and it's worth it sometimes just to drive, guys. And even though it's a long drive, there are places where I can go. There's 80-mile-an-hour highway where I'm at, and so I can kick it, and I get to where I need to go pretty quick. So I would really think about traveling over the next weeks or so. So they talk about disappointing. Duffy said he wants them to return to work because a lot of people, just air traffic controllers, aren't showing up at work. They're essential personnel, but they're not getting paid, so they're not even coming to work. So he says, so I guess they're not going to get back pay, right? So it doesn't make sense to me. If you need the money and you stay home because you're not getting the money, you're not going to get the money when the money does come in. So it's like a double stupid, right? So anyway, Duffy said he wants them to return to work, adding that those who do not will receive a disappointing paycheck at the end of the week. Duh. None of them can miss 2 paychecks, Duffy said on CNBC's Squawk Box on Monday. They all start. Their home finances fall apart. So you're going to start to see, we're already starting to see, a massive problem with people paying, I guess car loans are the worst ever. People not paying their car loans, the highest default rate on credit cards. Mortgages are starting to be defaulted. That hasn't even started to hit the news yet, because under the Biden administration, they had a law where banks and mortgage companies and so forth could not repossess. And now that came off last month. So those numbers, because the government shut down, we're not seeing what those numbers are. But I promise you, they're pretty significant, right? So we went through years of people not having not paying for their mortgages. So the banks finally got the okay, you can go get that house, and now they're getting those houses, and it's not even close to what those houses were worth a couple of years ago. And then, of course, a lot of people, when they know they're going to be foreclosed on, they destroy the house that they were living in. I've seen that a lot. When I was looking at homes, I was like, okay, this is as is. This was someone that was losing their house, and so they flooded it and broke stuff up and left. It's pretty sad. So anyway, it is what it is, and we're going to have a problem with 2,000 to 3,000 controllers. Air traffic controllers are not showing up for work. So be careful out there if you're traveling. I'm trying to put more air traffic controllers into the system, he said. On Monday evening, more than 2,885 flights traveling within to and out of U.S. airports were delayed. So, of course, not as many people traveling. So that's still very significant during a Monday. So, of course, the weekend, most people travel during the weekend. So you got 5,000 flights are shut down, are delayed. That's a lot. But on a weekday, you have almost 3,000. That's a massive number again, right? So this is not going to slow down. So something has to shift. Something has to change. Now, remember when Ronald Reagan was president, the air traffic controllers they're all a union, and they were like, we want more money. And he's like, you're making too much as it is. And they're like, we're not going to come to work. And he said, okay, screw you guys. And then he started hiring people. He's firing them all, and then started hiring, independent people. So that's what we have now. And these people are deciding not to come to work because they're not getting paid. The paycheck's going to come eventually. So when it does come, you're definitely not going to get paid. So if you're not going to pay your credit cards, you're not going to pay your mortgage, you're not going to pay your car loan. So we're going to see lots of stuff start to default because of this stuff, right? It just starts to add up, and it's going to continue. Some of these people, I guess maybe in some of these air traffic control rooms are like, we can do it without those people. So we're doing it without those people. Yeah, if we bring some of them back, we won't have any more delays, but we don't need them all. Maybe that's what's going on. Yeah. So we're finding out, these Democrats have all these people that, they brought in and they pay them all these ridiculous amounts of money. And we're finding out that, we don't even need them. We don't even need Congress. We don't need the Senate because they haven't passed any bills, really. They haven't appointed people that President Trump needed appointed. So I say just bring the military in and let's start doing the military tribunals, right? The military can do the work, right? Bring them all back from all those bases where they don't do anything out there anyway, right? And they're just manipulating, controlling other countries, and the other country be like, oh, please, yes. Japan, they would love all those bases shut down. They're always demonstrating against the bases. And why are we still there in Japan? Why are we still in South Korea? All right, so a lot of these bases definitely need to close, and those military personnel come back, and they have very good work ethic and leadership skills and so forth. They can take over a lot of these positions, right? And all of those Democrats that don't want to work, they want everything given to them. They can figure that out, right? And then the places where we need that are outside these cities that we're going to wall up and keep those people in there. So everything's going to thrive. And they'll be like, well, Ma'am Donnie. All right. Red Eagle politics. This guy, his prediction, I followed him for a long time. He's spot on. So he does really good research, and he's called. He said that Trump was not going to be elected in 2020, and he said Trump was going to be elected in 2024. So and a lot of other races that he called that I followed him on, he was accurate. It's kind of like me saying, okay, all I need to do is start to look at all of the little crazy stuff they do in these football games, and I'll tell you who's going to win the Super Bowl. I did that in the past, and I showed you guys, and I said, this is who's going to be the MVP, and this is who's going to win the game. And I went through a bunch of money on it, and I said, I put my money where my mouth is, and I won big. And everybody's like, you were right. They do rig the games. And I was like, okay, that's the last time. I'm not doing this anymore, right? And of course, there's still people believe the games are not rigged. Believe the games are, it's legit. Go ahead, watch the games. All right, it's okay. I can't help you not be stupid, right? So Red Eagle politics. Let's see if he's live. No, he's not like that. So he's going to do New Jersey, VA, New York City, and more. Probably Prop 50, right? 50. I got it now, guys. Thanks. Don't get angry. Some of those comments are like, it's Prop 50, not 10. It's like, that's what it sounds like when I look at it, but maybe it wasn't. I don't know. So, sorry, okay. But whatever that prop is in California, where those demon rats are going to pass a law that's basically going to kick out the rest of the Republicans. There's going to be no Republicans left in office. So move out of California like I did, guys. It's not that hard. In fact, I love it. I love California, but I've loved not being in California even more. So it's not that hard. So get out. All right. So quit giving your money to California. All right. So now I'm going to Lewis Herms. Lewis Herms has an event. So I do this event, and then I'm going to be like that one song. I've been driving on that man, wet on the wheel. So you know, what was that? What was that group? Eagles, Golden Eagles, something like that. So so that's the way I'm going to be. Lewis, yes, Lewis. Move out of California and New York. There's lots of great places. There's Tennessee. So Tennessee, Radar Love. That's right, Radar Love. Golden Earring. There you go. All right, there you go. Who was that? Lojo. Lojo, you win. Good job. All right, your music history stuff is awesome. All right. So the election, guys, I don't think it's going to go Republicans. A lot of us have said there's no way Democrats are going to win unless they rig it. And maybe they're not going to rig it. Maybe there are just people that believe that the Democrats are good, obviously, because they're going to vote. I said it for a long time. Some of you says there's no way, and I've seen a lot of people come on and talk about it. People in the podcast community and so forth. They're like, "Man, Donnie, he's like he's got all this." And he does. He has a lot of there's a lot of stuff against him. He may get in office and they'll like arrest him or something. It's bad. But I mean, look at Hillary Clinton. Did she get arrested? No. So she was from New York, right? No, she was from Arkansas. I used to talk to him. He used to be CIA and a Marine officer. So we connected because I was CIA and Navy SEAL. So we'd had some great conversations. Even in this YouTube channel, which basically got shut down for like 4 years, right? I was like, can I have the channel back? And they're like, yeah. I was like, really? So a lot of people, Charlie Kirk's back, Nicholas Viniamin's back. And I was like, Nicholas had like 150 subscribers on his channel. On mine, I had like 69 because I'd get up to like 100, 150, 250, and it got to the point where I'd say something and they wouldn't give me a warning anymore. They just take my whole channel down. They're like, and you can't come back now. Right? So, okay, I'll go over the Rumble with all the other people that, don't have channels anymore. And so I still have the Rumble as a backup. I even started my own channel for a while. And then once I got YouTube, I'm like, well, I guess I don't need this channel anymore. So I moved over to YouTube. Who knows? Maybe I'll have to start the channel again. You never know. All of those, demon rats will come in and just start taking over again, and they'll shut down the free speech. It's borderline free speech as it is. It's been that way for a long time, but we'll see. Radar Love. And the guy that used to sing that, I remember he'd go up where the drummer was. He'd be on this like elevated stage, and he would jump, like fly through the air and land on. It's like, dang, dude, that's crazy. Like the performances back then were amazing, right? I love the groups back then. I remember Ted Nugent. I think it was like, saw him in San Diego. I think it was like 19 or 20, something crazy. And he was at Jack Murphy Stadium, or not Jack Murphy. It was a dome stadium. Anyway, he's inside. He's like he's got like he's wired, and he's playing he's like crazy rocker, and he's like going out over the audience and on wires, like unbelievable back then. They really they went all out to perform. And who knows? Maybe Ted Nugent will be the governor of what is it, Michigan or something? Is he running for Michigan, Minnesota, whatever? One of those states. So, what was the one? What was that song that he was playing when he was out there? Cat scratch fever. Yeah, cat scratch fever. Kitty scratch fever. Kitty scratch. Where are you going with that? So, Michigan. Thank you, Gazelle. So, Stranglehold. Yeah, Stranglehold. That's a good one. Oh yeah, good memories. You got me in a stranglehold, baby. So yeah, there's good performance, and he's still rocking it. He can still rock it. I saw him on Nino. He used to go on Nino's show, and he'd play on Nino's show. It was like, dang, that's some badass stuff. Yeah, sing it. I mean, all of us can sing. I can't sing like those guys, but I've been around them enough to maybe. Maybe I could wing it. All right. But other things we got going on is that Proposition 50. The California voters to weigh in on redistricting measure. So again, you have a lot of Republicans there. I've heard people say there's more Republicans than Democrats. I don't know about that, but how do the Democrats keep winning? Cheating? Yeah, probably. But anyway, so California and Texas are just two states that have been at the center of the contentious battle for control of the House in 2026. As more states across the country, there's more states are trying to redistrict and come up with more Republicans. So California wants to take the lead and really hammer it. They've been doing it for like decades. So anyway, so you look at Democrats, they've been redrawing their congressional districts, for decades to bolster their party's power in Washington. Republicans never did it. Now Republicans are doing it, and Democrats are outraged. Like, how dare you cheat like we've been cheating for decades? And so it's crazy. Former California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger, he's against the measure. Well, that should be good then, Arnold. Let's get a workout together in Muscle Beach, and maybe we can motivate everybody to not vote for Prop 50. Me and you, shirtless. Let's do it. All right. So tens of millions of dollars have been poured into the contest from both sides of the aisle, as Newsom aims to frame the battle as a fight to save democracy from Trump. I guess his wife was out. I didn't listen to it because I don't want to listen to stupid. But I saw her posturing, and I saw the headlines. She was like, Trump hating, and I was like, and you were like, backing up your husband, Gavin Newsom, being gone for 2 weeks, disappeared for 2 weeks. Where was he? Was he being cloned? So, yes, cloning's real. Just look at Gavin Newsom. There's a good example for you, right? There's many of them. A lot of these artists, the artists, they're like, I don't want to sing that devil music anymore. Bring in the clone, right? There you go. All right. So I think probably half of Hollywood and half of music industry is cloned. Jeez, maybe even more. It's crazy. All right. So here's the type of person that is voting in New York. Let's see. What does she have to say? Mosques and minarets from, they were 1,000 years old in Herat, amazing city. And they, the men of Herat, I would talk to them. They're good men, and the women were great. As long as you could see the women, as long as they were in their walled homes. So all the homes are walled. So Afghanistan, right? Just like very leftist, very communist-like. And so the Democrats don't like walls unless it's for their own homes. Like Nancy Pelosi's home, Remember how that guy, came in and got over the wall and broke through the door from the inside out or something. I don't forget how it worked, but it's like her gay husband was having affairs and it went bad or something. So anyway, these people like walls for themselves, but not for you and me, right? So anyway, in Afghanistan, we would, go in security details while very high level meetings were going on. We go into these beautiful homes, courtyards, absolutely beautiful. And the homes themselves were beautiful. And the women were not burqa'd up, and they were nice. They brought us food and everything. Everybody was like loving and happy. But those women went outside, that burqa was on. That burqa was on, and there was a man with her. A woman walking alone is a whore, right? So, and a woman walking without a burqa is a whore, right? So, New York, right? London's almost like that. So it's, we haven't learned, we don't pay attention to what's going on in the world, I guess, right? You New Yorkers, you just want change, and you don't want somebody that's been convicted, illegally convicted, and was wrong, all right? But that's okay. It's lawfare. You don't believe in lawfare. You really believe he was like convicted. Okay, I got you. All right, so good. Mamdani is going to be really good for you, right? And we're going to wall the city up, and we're going to flood the tunnels and have fun with that, right? Have fun with those burqas. See ya. Bye. All righty. So it's a giant scam. Giant scam. That's what Newsom's doing. That's what President Trump said, right? Here we go. Giant scam. Trump warns Gavin Newsom's redistricting under very serious legal and criminal review. All right. So I don't know. It doesn't really seem to me like the judicial system is actually working for the good side. How about you guys? All right. Anybody? Yep, crickets. So Gavin Newsom, an ardent opponent of President Trump, and remember in his President Trump's last term where California was burning like crazy, and he came in and says, you guys need to clean the forest. Because I walk through those forests, and I'm like, there's no one clearing the deadfall. This place is just going to burn, and it would burn behind me. It would burn in front of me, and I would be praying, please rain come, and rain would come, and I was protected, and it was good. But it was hit or miss, guys. It was a mess out there on the Pacific Crest Trail. I was there like almost about 8, maybe a little bit longer, maybe 9 years ago. It was a mess back then. I can imagine what it's like now. So yeah, California is the land of not so smart, right? California's redistricting by law is supposed to be done by a nonpartisan committee, but Newsom's plan would have voters authorize a bypass, so Democrats could gerrymander even further, a process that already has been used for years. But President Trump is pointing out a potential problem, and he's promising more information to come. The unconstitutional redistricting vote in California is a giant scam, in that the entire process, and particularly the voting itself, is rigged. All mail-in ballots, where the Republicans in that state are shut out, is under very serious legal and criminal review. Stay tuned. All right. Words. All right, words. All right. So that's even though Republicans vote. So let's see, where does it say that? Democrats in California, report said, already have used ballot harvesting, drop boxes, mail-in ballots without chain of custody, and questionable ballot curing to take 43 congressional seats, previously leaving the GOP only 9, even though Republican vote totals in the state routinely garner 40% of the vote, right? So that makes sense to me, that if you have a voting class that has 40% of the vote, they only have like 20% of representation, if that, right? That makes sense to me. No. The Gettys run a chunk of California. In a positive way, or not so much? Right? If they're running a chunk of it, it sounds like it's probably not a positive way. So, J. Paul Getty, rich billionaire, right? 1 million New Yorkers say they will flee New York City if Ma'am Donnie wins today's mayoral race. Really? Why don't you just go out and vote to not have him come in office? Right? So there's that many of you. Maybe it's that 1 million that is Republican or something. I don't know. Republican and independent. And then the other 1.5 million are all Democrats. So, oh well. Now, in a move to basically try and just crash the whole system, so that Democrats wouldn't know which way to go, it was a try. Trump said that people should vote for Cuomo. Democrats should, or everybody should vote for Cuomo because he's the guy that knows stuff. He has a lot of baggage, though. I wouldn't vote for the guy. Now, I wouldn't vote for Ma'am Donnie either, and I wouldn't vote for Silva either. So I just leave. I just leave New York. But some of you have to learn the hard way, I guess. Expectations for the city under Ma'am Donnie skew negative. 47% foresee more crime and violence. Wow, more? Right? You guys are like, just how can it get any worse? Well, I guess if Ma'am Donnie comes in, you guys think it will be. 43% expect fewer businesses. So how are you going to pay for all the free stuff? 39% think the terrorism risk will worsen. And 45% predict anti-Semitism will increase. Housing affordability is his one strong point, with 39% believing it will improve. Ma'am Donnie proposes free childcare, rent freezes, public grocery stores. Wow. That's like communist Russia. Remember, some of you haven't been around as long as some of us have. That's why we need to be voted in. But I remember when there were long lines at Russian communist stores, right? And they'd only get a little bit of bread. Everyone only got so much because it's communism. So everybody has to share what's left, right? So it got smaller and smaller and smaller, and there were long lines, and then some people didn't get fed at all. So now eventually communism broke in the Soviet Union, obviously, and that was one of the reasons why. And I don't know, maybe that's what the freezing, the SNAP payments will do, because all those communists that are in those Democrat cities that rely on that, they'll starve and they'll riot and they'll destroy those cities. And then it's like, okay, I don't want to say that it's problem, reaction, solution type thing, but maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe it's flipped. Maybe it's flipped on them. Ma'am Donnie proposes all that stuff. So Trump is like, vote for Andrew Cuomo. Seniors that had no protection, have low capability of, their systems protecting themselves anymore. Put all those people back and should be in jail for, really should be executed for that, in my opinion. But, he's out there running for mayor, and Trump is like, he's the worst of the evil. He's like the less of the evils, right? Or something. So he's like promoting Andrew Cuomo. That's like, talk about bottom of the barrel. It's like not bottom of the barrel. It's like going into the sewage treatment plant and getting the bottom of the sewage treatment plant. Cuomo, God. All right. So anyway, people are saying they're going to fly. So who are these people? So all of these people, so the red is they're definitely going to leave. So it looks like maybe, 15% are definitely going to leave. That's all. That's everybody. But you look at men, more men will consider leaving. and will leave. So almost 20% of men. Women, not as much, right? 18 to 29, not as much. 30 to 39, not as much. 40 to 49, not as much. Now, when you start to get to the people that have worked their whole lives, like me, getting knocked down, getting back up, getting knocked down, getting back up, and they've got a little something now. And now Ma'am Donnie wants to come and take that little something. They're like, So a lot of those people are like, F you. Big middle finger for you, right? And 65 plus, pretty much the same thing. So the people that make the money, I think I saw somewhere there's a lot of millionaires in New York. I think it was like 350,000. I don't know how many there is. There's a lot. And they're going to get taxed. They're going to get the heck tax out of them. They're already taxed. They're supporting the system, mainly those millionaires. And those millionaires and Wall Street and all that, they're going to move to Texas. Right? Wall Street, there's